G'day, guys. What is cracking? Welcome to Supercoach Talkback live for round 9. And I'm starting off with a rant. I tell you what, little decisions, small decisions in this game have such big consequences. 15 comments already. What is this? All right, I'll get through these quickly. I'm starting with a rant because so many premiums that went well. I said in the stock market video last week, you can rewind it and listen back. I said it in my round review video as well. Andy B is going to bounce back this week. 125 an absolute minimum, I said, and I'm slapping the VC armband on him. I gave him the forgiveness symbol on the stocky and said, this man is great. Don't worry about him. Give him a mulligan because he's going to tear this apart. So what did I do? I listened to a bit of groupthink and decided to go with Nick Dicuss. Ouch. I thought, look, it's not the end of the world, though, because I've got a good backup here. Clarko let Zeret just run free last week. Whatever he got, just ridiculous type scores of the week before, whenever it was. I thought, Chocky, here we go. He was projected for 130. I thought, I'll take that. That's all right. We'll go 130 for Chocky. And the last time I looked, it was an 81. Just disastrous type levels here. And it was a week that could have been a 2,500 plus for me. It was such a great end to the round, apart from that decision on not taking Andy Brayshaw as a VC. And then it was either Chocky or it was going to be Tristan Sherry. And that's 100 points thrown out the door. 100 points off one decision. I thought, look, O's a bit restrictive. Look, what you learn from this is it's just so risky to go with your Chocky Neals because you know he's such a tag target. You can't rely on week to week whether or not a team's actually going to tag these days. So it was tough, but that is life in Supercoach. So we'll have a special guest joining us very soon, I know. We're going to very quickly get through some comments here. Max, did TDK to Sherry 186 even? Oh my God, 2508. Nice, mate. Very, very nice there, buddy. Beluga, you got to love choosing Neil Captain over Sherry. Yeah, I feel you, man. Have a new tag by Oliver, the Sydney 70 duo, Huswaite, Daniel Cleary, and Hewitt all on field. Strong over Brayshaw. That is a very tough one, bud. A very tough one, man. It's Kaz. Hey, man. Finally nailed the captaincy. Sherry, very nice, mate. Brought him in the same week. Tough week for trades, though. Shano, Zach Reed, greatest redemption since John Cena. I like that, mate. Isn't he just an absolute gift? There was a big discussion. I think we had a live. It might have been on Talkback a few weeks ago, whether or not you hold Trainer or Reed, if you've got one or the other. I reckon we're almost split 50-50 down the middle, and really lucky that I stuck with Reed there, mate, because if you've jumped on him, it's been so painful. Lobster, hey, man, 25, if you don't mind. Excuse me, ranked 590th. Surely a rank's right. Absolutely, I think, mate. Yeah. Tombstone for Caleb Daniel, Supercoach relevance. Yeah, there's lots to think about for me this week. I thought it's going to be nice and easy. I've got enough money in the bank to make a really nice, easy trade. Rookie off field, get an absolute keeper in. But maybe it's that last boost and get Dane led as well. We'll see. 22-19 for Joshy, rough as guts. Yeah, that's a tough score for this week, mate, with some big ceiling ones around there. You'll bounce back, mate. 26, geez, this is the opposite end of the scale. 26-48, reckon I'm a chance for the weekly, says James. Absolutely, mate. I haven't really had time to check around leagues and game day and all the rest, but surely with a score like that, you're doing bloody well. Congrats, man. Sabretooth, how do you sum up such a round? Drawn last game, Zach Reed redeems himself for the second time. Zorko bounces back. Sherry explodes. Neil tagged up. And Daniel looks like an out. And a tough one for downgrades. Absolutely it is, mate. And saying it's a tough one for downgrades, I was chatting with the boys, all the lads, and said, do I boost Sard this week? Get in Sard this week? I was going to. I was so close. I didn't. But luckily, as I said, I've got enough money in the bank to make a pretty easy upgrade. As I knew that the downgrade options would be pretty slim, if any. 22-29 for T. You'll bounce back, man. Dropping age 27. That was good, man. Lowest with Hewitt's 33. Big Sherry captain, but rip bench Jen. Oh, that's bad, isn't it, mate? Boxall. Yeah, Harry, I've got both as well. No, I didn't see that sub coming. Zorko or Sinclair in this week, try to get both. I think both would actually be options. In saying that, I feel a little bit safe with Sinclair because you've got Kitty coming back as well. But yeah, after what the man did, you're pretty happy with any. The big helmet, yeah, the big helmet did very well, but the small helmet let us down. The highs and lows of Supercoach. 25.72 for Gabe. Nice, man. Burners, 25.44. Neil Captain when I had 6 players above 140 this week. I am the same as you. Top 100. Yeah, look, mate, it was such a tough watch. As a Brisbane, and I haven't even mentioned the game as well. We just drew with North Melbourne. Oh, I hate playing down in Tassie. Would have been able to see them in Marvel, hopefully for a nice win. But we just weren't on. Aero at Hertz DR at 2,600 turns into a 23.88, choosing Neil over Sherry. It's bad, man. Supercoach God, hey man, chilling in the backstage. Here he is. Sorry, mate.
Nah, it's all right. How you going?
Well, I know that you're going bloody well. All right, get it off your chest, mate. I'm sitting there. Oh, just ranting about what could have been about my team.
Well,
still 2 points ahead of you, mate. So bugger you. I'll give you a quick drive-by before you start celebrating and all this sort of business, mate. We're still 2 points ahead of you. So, yeah, stuff Collingwood, stuff Supercoach at the moment, stuff my decisions. Turn positive, mate, for us, because I know that I don't know exactly what you did, but my old man had a very, very solid round this week. Put in the chat, and then you said, well, I've done a little bit better, and he did very well. So quickly tell us about your round, mate. How'd you go? Rub it in.
Yeah, so I got a 2,591. So very happy with it. But I'm just looking at your total score, and then I look at mine. I'm still something like 450 points away from you, or something ridiculous like that.
Not for long.
I'm so far
Not for that
behind.
long.
It's just great to have I think my highest ranked week was at 18,000. So I'm expecting.
What are you expecting? Like
I don't know.
It's
I'm
high,
probably
isn't it?
expecting top 500.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, mate. Yeah.
I probably think. But yeah, it's ranked 31k at the moment, so I can't wait to see that green arrow. It's going to be fabulous. Ranked 11k 3 or 4 weeks ago. Had the biggest, went on the biggest slide of all time, and look, it's just so great. I traded in Sherry this week, captained him. Oh my god!
Oh, you didn't, you sicko. You absolute
Yeah,
sicko. On debut, I've got this weird. Some people are the opposite. They love just getting the bloke in and going, you know what? I'm going to rely on you. Just brought you in. I've got the faith. But I'm really funny like that. But you did it, mate. I'm an owner, so I'm stoked. I'm over the moon. Gorn's been smashing me, and he still has over the TDK move. But to captain him, like I left 100 points at the door. I went jockey. So that's literally 100 points left at the door. That's a shocker. But what a move, mate! What a move. So that was obviously the big one for you this week. Where were your other ceiling type scores that you have? Do you have your Andy B types and these type hits as well? Ooh,
so what was the other
where
one?
did it come from? Where did your success come from?
I traded in. Watching that last game was just the greatest thing of all time. I traded in Dunkley and Zorko at 600k each, and they both went down like a ton of bricks all the way to 500k, and finally
Redemption
they repay me. Who else? I had Dacos. He did bloody. I'd VC Dacos. He did crap.
Same. Yeah. Same.
So my trades were Bice and Flynn to El Hooley and Sherry.
Did you get Oh, you did, because you were chatting, weren't you, about the Fonty versus El Hooley? You were trying to work it out in the chat.
Thank God I chose El Hooley, because Fonty got like a 29 or something.
Did he? I didn't check. I didn't check that game. So that's for those that went early.
I would have had him on field. I had a Hewitt on field.
Ooh.
So yeah, I mean, surprise with a players like Ned Long, who's a pod, only got a 65, and like a Chera only got an 83.
Yeah,
Obviously, Matty
bars.
Roberts. Oh, gee, I got bloody lucky in that last game, though. Oh, my God. Having the
Nah,
three highest
skill.
scorers in the game.
I bought in Dunks a couple of weeks ago, so it was a late sort of move. I missed out on Dawson and Track, so that's been a great in the last couple of weeks, mate. Chalky, though, jeez, he's been a killer. He's had a nice 3, but that's been an absolute killer this week. I haven't checked around the grounds type thing, but as you said, top 500 for you. I think that's definitely in the realms. But what a trade-in week for you, getting Cherry and
Oh,
stuck the
yeah.
big C on him.
I think it's honestly the best trades I've ever made. I don't know what Flynn scored, but I don't think it was good at all.
80, I think, right on the dot, 80. I traded him out as well, but I bought the box in. See, the issue was I wasn't sure about Sard. Like, every game had basically been sub, and I would have loved to wait. If I'd have known that Sard wouldn't have been the sub, 100% would have gone him over box, but I just felt like I needed to free up a little bit of money for next week because I knew Jack Sinclair was basically a must-have, blah, blah, blah. So that was, avoiding box and getting Sard in, mate. That was a very, very nice move on your behalf. And, what a week. What a week. That you would not take those trade backs. Even if Flynn had gone 100, you are
No way.
still such a massive winner.
I needed one of the big 2 ruckmen. I haven't had any of them all year, as I'm sure you know. I've been complaining about my rucks constantly. I went Flynn to Briggs, back to Flynn. Then I went Marshall. Marshall's been a good pickup.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
And then, now I got the big dog.
The big boy. What a week to bring him in as well, mate. We'll get some of these questions, mate. You can stop your gloating just for a sec here. Daniel Green, g'day, mate. Hope you're well. 24-17. Pretty happy with that. Solid, Danny. Solid, mate. 24-9 in QCT. No Brayshaw, Neil, captain. Solid for that, mate. Solid for that. Can't believe we kicked 4-5 in the last quarter, says Jesse. Sigh. Flat after a draw, even if we're down bottom. Yeah, could have gone either way. And cough, Big J was saying, that close. Logan Morris, that was a mark. Sorry, that was a mark. He should have had a shot on goal, but I won't. We should have won the game as premiers, but didn't. We choked, and well done to North for chalking up the draw, I suppose. Sportsnut 24-21 for me. Escaped with what could have been a bad score with Sherry. Yeah, saved a few towards the end there. Braden took the VC off Brayshaw, moved to Dacos, same, then decided off Gorn, moved to Neil. Ouch. I should back my gut as well because I had Brayshaw VC every day of the week and then just late Dacos got to me. God's man. Danny's Pigeons. Hey, legend. 24-75 Andy VC. Very nice, mate. Putting the C on Neil. You would have done that and that would have been shattering, mate. Sherry's a bad anti-pod. God's known that. Apart from last week, it's very nice as an owner, and he would go up at least 50K, I reckon, this week. So you're looking at least 700 realm soon. Yeah, what a pickup. Rogue 25-8. Sherry, all these Sherry captains, and I've got Neil. It was my decision. Such a silly decision. Captain Dawson. Oh, that was a pod. 23-5-3. Could have been much better. Scotty, top 450, actually pissed this week. Well, geez, mate, I'd take that rank and so would got every day of the week, I think. Dear Zach Reed, again, what a star. He's a superstar, mate. Massive cash cow. No need to trade him out. He's playing like a primo at the moment. Hope being going well, DR. You too, mate. Lions would have had you pulling the hair out, I'm sure. And your Swans as well. Danny, your Swans as well. Put the C on Sherry, 26-55 for
We got a new clubhouse leader, I reckon.
Well done, Scotty. Scotty's a great man as well, so stoked for you, brother. Very nice, man. Gaz, 23-36 with short donut. Ouch, mate. Traded Dunkley in with the C. Well, that went well. The highs and the lows, buddy? Alex, time for buys to go. Yeah, I think so, mate. Well, I remember, so if he scored an 88 this week, his break even would be right on 88 this week coming. So 71, yeah, it's going to be over 100, I think. So time to go. You got rid of him, didn't you, this week?
Yeah.
Nice.
You got to get rid of him this week. He'll be 100 break even.
Yeah.
Got to go.
He's done his job. Like, we can't be upset with Riley Bice. He's been a superstar in our sides. And even this week at 71, I think that was dead bang right on his break even. So he'll make or lose $500 dollars, literally. Jonty, next week's going to be tough for rookies. Absolutely. I've banked, you can see it on the screen, or is it 221 just to be safe, I think. Matty Dick, hey, man. Really regretting getting Flynn instead of Sherry. It wasn't a silly move at the time. Like, Flynn was just coming off that huge score. It was looking like 150, like, probably if things went okay. 100K as things have, well, no, he's made over 100K if you held him, but for most about 100K, if you got off him this week, it worked out okay-ish, but not fantastic, I suppose. But that move for you, mate, in particular, when you're comparing the two, that's tough for you. Bad luck, mate. Greek Raven, VC gone, C Sherry. I had to take the VC score. In other news, Rao, Yuso gone. I remember Spills having him last year. Were you a Matt Rao owner last year?
No, I wasn't. But he's tempting me with how low he's getting.
You are a sick man. You are a sick puppy. A real sick puppy, mate. Do you know what, though? In the world that is Supercoach 2025, where we've got to hunt some value here and there, buddy, I don't think it's the worst option.
I got to rise rank somehow. I got to rise rank somehow.
You do. Go something different, and Scobes will do all the projections for us. But he's going to be, for potential, when I say a bargain, like he could continue just to stink it up. But if remember what he was a bad man for the first, 3 out of the first 4 weeks, wasn't he? Like 135s, pulling it out, and he looked great. He had an outside game for a couple of weeks there where I was thinking, damn, like this could actually be the year for him. But yeah, look, that goes to show that some of us are going, nah, see you later, son. But it's like the vulture. You're the Greek Raven. We've got the vulture down here at the bottom, just waiting to pick the carcass there of Matty Rao when he gets to rock bottom. And that can be the difference in the game. You lose value, you jump off, but other people jump on at rock bottom, like people did with like your Dawson's last year, with your LDUs when he went right down. So, yeah, when I say you're a sicko, you are, but it could be good planning, mate. It could be good planning. Theo, hey, buddy. Hey, dear, which rookie do we go this week? Look, it's really early at this stage. So, like, Supercoach is just a game. Completely understand that. But I'll be honest with you. I was absolutely planning to go early on Hayes, Lewis Hayes.
I would have as well. 100%.
Geez. And as I said, Supercoach is just a game. So I'm not complaining for not being able to get the poor bloke in as a pick. I feel for this man. He was looking fantastic. And he'd bided his time. I think they were saying 40-odd games in the VFL. So he'd done his time. He'd done his apprenticeship. Opportunity was there. He stepped up. And, yeah. Is it confirmed? Have you heard? Is it confirmed, ACL?
I haven't heard anything. But, I mean,
from what I've heard, it's likely.
Brad Scott said in the presser that it's, like, pretty much certain. And, I don't know. It sucks. I reckon the hanger's cursed. It's got to be.
It is, man. It's such bad luck. It is such bad luck. And going back just from a Supercoach point, which we shouldn't, it's not nice to, but he's a huge rookie miss because he was on track for a really nice score. And he's gone. So to answer your question, mate, do we go El Houli if we can? I don't know what the fixture's like if he's early enough, because lots of people are literally considering going early like God was on Fonty this week. After that, you're probably not doing it. So I reckon they'll be similar price, I think, or should be around the mark. So it's interesting.
Well, El Houli, he gets to, let me just check what he gets to. He gets 69. It'll be, they'll be, Sard El Houli will be 2K cheaper than Fonty.
I think he played well. Look, it was so frustrating. This is another part of my rant. Like, I bring Chad Warner in, and I don't get El Houli in, which I was actually going to boost for. And Warner gives away this stupid late free, pushing the bank back, then a 50-meter penalty, and Sar just rolls up. Oh, frustrating, man, I tell you. But yeah, look, mate, stocky podcast. We'll go through all the rookies for you there, Charles. On your brother. Zach Reid, our Lord and Savior. Absolutely, mate. Saban, Swans fan here. Gus Sheldrick simply must start next week in Capitals very passionate, mate. And I get you. Something needs to change here, doesn't it? Best option for a downgrade, in my opinion. Well, you just answered a great question there from Charles. There's times we need to look at this. I remember we were doing live just before the game. Erasmus wasn't, his name's, but as a sub, we all start to panic. We're thinking, do we go Patton? I was going to say Wander. What's his name? Dudley. Do we go Dudley? We're getting really desperate, mate. Theo, hope you're good, brother. And you too, my man. And you too, buddy. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Jonty, tough week for rookies coming. Absolutely. Neil is such a pretender. Look,
I don't know about that. that's
the bloke
stiff.
won a couple of Brownlows, and he's a premiership captain last year. So, Joshy, I'm not going to say he's a pretender, but what I will say is that in tag games this year, unlike in the past, he doesn't seem to break through them. But one thing that you have to notice as well, Joshy, this year as compared to last year, and you can, not that you will or you need to or anything, but take my word for it, you can watch the tape, is that his teammates aren't blocking for him anymore. He's happy to just take himself away from the play. He also spent a fair bit of time forward as well. FaZe just said, look, chuck him the forward line. And I was ranting and raving. He was on the bench for 10 minutes straight. 10 minutes straight. I got the screenshot from the AFL app. There was another stint for 7 minutes straight as well. So, yeah, things just did not go right. They were putting a fair bit of pressure on him. That was like Parker at stages. It was Wardlaw, who's a tough nut. Someone else that was botting up against him. He just didn't get that space, but he's being very unselfish, and that's the downside to this pick. But again, the 3 weeks before that, people traded him in. He was looking really good. So I'm not going to say a pretender, but he's someone that is unreliable to put your captaincy option on, and definitely more of a VC option for me. That's what I've learned. I'm just going to pretty much stick to Sherry. I think God's new man. Yeah, his new lover. Out with the X in Flynn and in with an absolute, I don't want to, I am not someone that judges people on the outside, very much the inside, but you've got rid of the ugly duckling there, the X that needs to just chuck up all that makeup and all that sort of stuff, mate, and just brought in an absolute natural beauty in Tristan Sherry, I say. So you've done well, mate. An absolute
Mr. Australia, I heard.
Mr. Australia. I like what you've said, mate. Mr. Australia this week. George, don't know how to get Sherry. Oh, mate, I know that maybe, I don't know if you've done your interview yet, mate, but maybe change your background to Big Tristan there, mate, with a love heart or something.
I might have to
work on Canva or something like that, mate. Fevolution, Daniel DeWarner was a good move this week. Yeah, price-wise it was, mate, and score-wise also very nice. Maxi, Sherry and Max going to be our 720K premium pair soon. I've loved them both. I'll bug you, Maxi. Thanks for rubbing it in, mate. Look, we're Sherry owners, the two of us on screen here, but we're not Maxi owners, and that has been the worst anti-pod. I think I can speak for us both there. Just ridiculous.
Is it an anti-pod? Because I think only 25% of teams have him. So I don't know if it's an...
Actually, that's a good point, isn't it? That's a good point. It just seems, I don't know, every matchup I have in a head-to-head, particularly McCashies these days, everyone just seems to have gone, and it's like, they're captaining him. But yeah, you are right, mate. That's a really good point.
You just look at the top 1% and percentage owned, and it's 99.9% Gorn owners.
Yeah, as the rankings as you go up, you're right. The ownership for Gorn just starts to skyrocket, and you think, well, that's why, isn't it? Well, that's a big reason why, anyway. Next one here is from Useless Supercoach. Not at all. Not at all, my friend. 24.98. You done better than me, mate. I can't believe it. I was projected 21.98 after Saturday night. And finally, some premiums fired. They call it SBS, normally Sunday, Bloody Sunday. But for you, my friend, very nice. Zork Dunks and Sherry. What a trio. What a trio. It was such an awkward game for me because I knew that the majority of my premiums were absolutely carving it up, but I'm sitting here with Captain Chocky, and I wasn't really caring what anyone else was doing in one way. Oh, I was just so concerned about him. Maxi Holmes. Well, I tell you what, the biggest beneficiary this week from the team sheets, and that was I was going to say omission, the injury to one Toby Bedford, because I reckon that he would have gone with Maxi and made life really difficult. So a big bounce back game from him. Do you own Maxi Holmes at all? God?
No, I don't.
No Maxi for you?
I pretty much have Clark in the max home spot. So
wow, that was another big one this week for you. What a redemption week and what a bounce back week. It was quarter time, wasn't it? Where he's only a couple of points off, I think, what he scored for the whole game last week. And that was another one, the stocky. The bloke has just been so consistent, has a really nice buy, terrific role. I gave him the mulligan along with Brayshaw last week. Not to Sarong, he's been just a shocking pick this year, unfortunately. Just I call a low 100 a Sarong now because that's what he's doing, and it's not terrible type stuff. You've got him, so you know what it's like. What a frustrating pick because it's not low enough to be like, you absolute dog type thing, but it's not what you pay for Sarong for to start off with. You want to see those ceiling games. You can deal with the low 100 here and there, but you want to see those ceiling games. He's just not doing it at the moment, and the points lost between. I don't want to rub it in, mate, but you can only calculate it. Sarong and Brayshaw.
I'd Brayshaw in an hour before round one.
Ouch! Those little things, and like I missed the Levi late news that he wasn't the sub, and even as a Brisbane man, can't believe that. Had Finn in there, and I'd never had Finn O'Sullivan in there for the whole preseason. And it's just like the domino effect, and different things happen. All of a sudden, I'm staying with Jaden Short over Jordan Clark, and it's like, man, if you could only go back in time and change a few things. Anthony DP this week, though, wouldn't really trade much. Traded Rao, Daniel, and Bice for Josh Dacos, Dunkley, and Warner. So that's not too bad at all there, mate. Dalek, Chalky Neal single-handedly cost me my matchup, only won by 10 points. Oh, cost me my matchup, only won by 10 points. I'm guessing only lost by 10 if it cost you, mate. Unlucky. Let me tell you something. What are you telling us tonight, mate? Nothing defeats you more than winning all of your matchups but seeing higher scores posted in this chat. Oh, it hurts, doesn't it, mate? It absolutely hurts. I go to two real ones. It's the content creators one, and then it's the cashies. I know you're in one of those cashies, Jackie boy. And man, it hurts when you lose a cashie by just a couple of points here. I think I'm
18th in the DR cashie.
Well, not for long, mate.
Not now. No, I don't think I have any more. But gee whiz,
coming home with a wet sail.
At least a bit of it goes to charity.
That's it. See, Harsclaff full, man. You're a great man, mate.
Exactly.
Ghost Bakes. Hope you're well, lads. Thank you very much, mate. Had the best SC Sunday. 25.68 with Huss fielded instead of Lindsay C on the Sherry King. Also traded in Dunks. Dunks over Dawson this week would have been, a 60-point swing there, or that's huge as well. After 3 weeks with Charles of scores over 2,500, I've crashed to 23-1-3. Sorry, was going to bring in Sherry this week, but went the Chad instead. Look, I think, for what Warner made, and if you take away that silly free kick in 50, it's 100 there, mate. So not the end of the world, but it does hurt when the other bloke just goes absolutely nuts. Should have captained Zorko instead of Chalky. Wish I did too, mate. Cash in the Bank brings Sinks in this week without having to force any trash rookies in. That's why you see the 200K there for me, mate. It's absolutely Sinks in this week. Big fan of content. 26.46. Was that as big as Scotty's? I know it was 26 something.
That was 26.55.
Oh, new copy leader.
Oh my God.
Wow, who should I bring in next week between Dawson and Dunkley? Look at the break-even game. I'll let you know on the potty and the stocky, mate. But look, based off form, you probably Dunkley. But look, who knows, mate? 25.56 this week for Driz. Would that be par? No, that is above par, my friend. That's above par. How much? I don't know. What's par, you reckon? God, 2,400 to
probably
50?
like close to what you scored, I reckon.
Yeah, I'd say my score. Yeah, around par too. Yeah, probably around there, Driz, but it is always hard to see, my man. CR7, hey, mate. Should I trade Bice or Trainer first? Again, depends on break-evens, but I believe and this is a total guess, that Bice's would be a little bit higher. I'd most likely just play the break-even game because they're both getting ready to chop, I think, mate. Jace, hopefully hold rank with a 2,300. Do you think a Omac might come back in with Darcy getting injured. Darcy, Omac, Os McDonald. Oh, sorry, that's Os McDonald, isn't it?
Yeah,
With Darcy
true.
getting injured, possibly, man.
I think he will.
Reedy, they wouldn't go with Reedy. That's a good shout, Jace. Like that, mate, because that could be the ins that you get for someone like your trainer or your boss. If you're not going to Sinclair, I think a Jack Sinclair is such a good trade in this week.
I'm in a weird situation. I've got if you include Rosé, I've got 5 defenders and I don't have Sinclair or Whitfield. So
that is awkward. You got a flex though. You do have a flex.
I got 3 rucks.
You don't have a flex. Yeah. Do you look realistically? Could Sinclair average? I'm going to take just say the top 4 away. Which what would you say? Your Bont, Butters, Brayshaw, Nick Dacos maybe as the top 4. Let's just say.
Yep.
But from them down, is it viable if you want to save a trade and if you want to go with that 7th defender if you've got your flex already full and just have your Sinclair and run that in your mids for the rest of the year as a quality swing?
Definitely.
You've got Al-Hooley. That could be a nice swing just for the rest of the year for that swing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I could literally just get Sinclair and Whitfield and maybe just keep a Sheasel or Rosé in the midfield and or a Sinclair. Just leave it like that. Have 7 defenders. Or maybe at some point if I got extra trades left over, a Roberts goes or something like that.
I like that, mate. And the other thing that we've always got to take into account, and we never like to predict this or anything, but injuries, like how often is it going to be like we look at our teams now with our premiums and every one of them are going to survive till the end of the year? I don't think my team's going to look like it is now. So that's another consideration. It could be almost a bonus. One of your defenders goes down, at least you go, well, do you know what? I've got that 7th. There's a nice swing. Now I'll get my midfielder in that I want, for example. But I dead set think that Whitfield and Sinclair could go with most players underneath those top 4, let's just say 5. From 6, 7, 8, I think they can match it. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world anyway at this stage, bub. Jed Bew says, Maxi, is a pod. Geelong defender, 172, went 95. I'm guessing job security should be right. Was he? Do you know what? This is how much I know about Bews. I don't even know if he's been playing, if he hasn't. I'm looking at his price and I'm guessing he hasn't been playing. It's a pod.
I don't know why has he been injured or
has he been
injured for 2 years? Like or has he just been playing VFL? That's the thing. I don't know.
Jed Bews. So what's he done? Season stats. I couldn't. No, so that's his first game of the year. I don't know if it's injury or if it's through. I've got no idea, mate. But Maxi, look, you've got to look at these options. We're desperate, mate. We're desperate. Causa, the ladies' man. How are you, mate? 23.59 without Sherry Holmes, Whit Sinclair, and Zach Reed. Happy with that. Without those big scores there, Causa, you've pulled a pretty good score out of the bag. What rookies get this week? Yeah, we'll absolutely talk about that, Whitey, in all the content in the coming week. Stewie Mac, g'day, legends. Congrats, God. 24.60, currently 1.3, hoping to move into the top 1K. Nice, Stewie. And thank you, as always, mate, for your support with your membership. You can see that little symbol next to Stewie's name. Appreciate you, mate. Quackwa? X-Qua? I don't know, mate. I'm going to call you X. 24.51 with Sherry C. Feel like my lack of any real top-line primos. Dunkley's probably my best other player, or maybe Nazaya. Nazaya hasn't he been? Wonderful. Is limiting going any higher? Got to keep going for value, though. Yeah, I think so, mate. Keep going for that value. Find those diamonds in the rough, and then you top up with the real big boys when you can. Supercoach After Dark. Hello, mate. Hello, bloke. Quick question. Do I hold Flynn or Flip? Do you know any projections, God, with Flynn?
Okay. Let's get it up. What do you score? An 80.
Doing God's work. 80. Yeah, right on 80, mate.
All right. So if he went 80 is I don't know these break evens I think are a bit skewed. I don't know if they're right. So I think I think he has a 95 break even next week. I think.
If that's the case, I'm saying flip. If that's the case, but take that with a grain of salt, buddy. Quick projection there. Don't know how accurate it is, but should be pretty close-ish, I'd say anyway. Cause I was so annoyed. Zerha couldn't kick the goal. Cause I was bloody annoyed they didn't pay that mark to Logan Morris. He got a bit ripped off, old Logie, today, but let's just call it a draw, as it was, Causa. Let's just call it a draw. But at the same time, Causa, we should have taken care of you blokes. We really should have, in all honesty. But congrats to North. And don't mean to be condescending in saying that, but look at where we're at as clubs. Still top, though, I suppose. Lizard King planned to sideways Daniel and Fleck last minute. I was the same with Shearer, and my boost was actually Shearer, Flynn, SPP, in Warner, Gorn, and Boxall. But decided to not pay up for Gorn. Would have been a huge week for me. Imagine getting Gorn in, doing that boost, and then having Shearer as captain. Would have been up there with the big ones. If I'm not mistaken, Marriage is now worth more than Rao. What is this world? It's Supercoach 2025, and it's the world we're living in where you look in the rookie cupboard and one of those little things the little hay bale things that you see fly across the screen, there's nothing there, mate. Just some old sauce and maybe a tin of beans. We're looking at maybe nice McDonald this week, as some legend mentioned before, with maybe Shrek going down. But, well, Marriage. Now, you've got Marriage, don't you? Great man.
Yep. Went him over Humphrey back in the day. So,
me too. Is he a keeper?
I reckon.
Is it worth even
trading him? I reckon I'm going to trade out Daniel this week. I've got 7 forward. If you call Marriage a primo, I've got 7 forward primos. I've got Petrarca in the midfield. So I'm going to put Petrarca down. Get Daniel out of there.
What? He's got the upcoming bye. Losing cash. Yep, I may actually follow suit. But trouble is I've got bias as well. I don't really want to downgrade. It's a big discussion this week. But I'm likely leaning that way with you. Lobster, Boxler trade in this week. Doesn't look great, but what else do we have? I wouldn't be recommending the box at the moment, but let's just wait and see for the team sheets because we are desperate. Sinclair or Nas? Oh, geez, you're both getting great plays for value at Sinclair. But, all right, I'll ask you, Jack, if you could just choose one. So let's just pretend that they're the same price for now. Who are you going with out of Sinclair and Nas? If price isn't even a thing, because I can't. My fallback is just Sinclair, but when I really look at things and think about it, Nas has just been phenomenal from day one, where we've seen that lower stretch from Sinks. We've probably seen a bigger ceiling with Sinks, but where would you honestly go? Or are you just right on the fence with me with the picket riding up the clacker? What do you reckon?
You got to go the more established bloke, I reckon.
You are, yeah. That's my fallback, but dang, you're not complaining with either.
It's got to be Sinclair, man. I mean, the bloke's start of the year was nuts.
It was, wasn't it? We know what he can do. We've seen it for years now. Look, we have to take value into account. So definitely Sinclair looking at that. Either way, you're getting a fantastic player here with a good buy as well. So cannot go wrong, which is a good thing there. Sportsnut, I think I'm just going to chuck the VC or C on Sherry every week. I am with you. And remember, and you've paid up a little bit, God, but got him still at a very good time going up around 50K. But when he got injured, the people that jumped on just after those injury scores got absolutely kissed here. People like George that jumped on right when he got those injuries, just super unlucky, but reward now for sticking fat. So well done, George.
It is
good on you there.
It is open.
Oh, all right. How are you looking, mate? Do you want to review now, or are you going to go?
No, I'm happy to review it now, and then I'll probably go make my own video. But Yeah, I'm
All right,
agree.
mate, because I've looked at the comment log here as well, and I need to start turboing as well, mate. So tell us live. Here we go with a massive. Now, remind us of your round score before we get into your overall rank. And your
2591.
2591. So 9. Oh, mate, isn't that frustrating though? Just 9 points off the 2600. Like a few more handballs, boys, are a nice set shot for goal.
I know.
Come on, I'm excited for you, man, because you're around 30k. You mentioned in the rank. I'm saying, can I predict? I'm going to say, you've gone up with that score this week. I hope that I don't go too high for you. I'm saying 18k. You're at 18k.
I'm at 17k.
Oh, even better. Even better.
Yeah.
Nice work, my
Nearly
friend.
half the rank. Gee whiz. That's very good. I'm very happy with that. Gee whiz. I set round rank of 385.
Wow, you said top 500 on the money. So nice predictions from both of us there. I'm going to give myself a pat in the back because I can't really with some of the Supercoach decisions this week, but getting close there to halving a rank. What a phenomenal week. The good and the bad, as I said, coming home with an absolute wet sail. An absolute wet sail, mate. So congrats on the round, man. Congrats on the round.
Thanks, mate.
That is huge.
You going to show how you went, or are you going to save that for another day?
I'm going to save it for now, mate. I'm actually going to save it for now because I know that I'm going to start to get into a rant and a rave and talk too much. I know there's a backlog of questions. So you'll be able to check in the league anyway, in the Cashy League.
Yeah.
But I'm going to leave it just for now, mate, and just write it out. Try to turbo through these questions and let you go and thank you for your time. You're going to have a great time with your round review. You're going to have an absolute
we're going to have a party. We're going to have a party.
I'm looking forward to watching it. Yeah.
Who knows what I might get up to.
Nothing better than seeing a smile on your face.
Mate, it's been a while. Jesus Christ.
Things could get a little bit wild, I'm guessing, as well. I don't know if there's going to be fist pumps, if there's... I don't know what to expect, but it's going to be a good one. It's going to be an entertaining one. So anyone that has not... I'm sure that you have because he's been on these lives almost every week. And shout out over 250 people watching right now. Thank you very much, guys.
Wow,
to any of these 250 people that have not subscribed, that have not checked out Jack's channel, aka Supercoach God, please make sure that you do yourself a favor. It's going to be an absolute rip snorter this week, as it is every week. But this week in particular, I always like seeing people just having a good time, getting through the round review. And we're going to see some nice pearly whites during this week's one. And I don't know, I'm having a slight guess that Sherry may be on the thumbnail or something like that. But thank you very much for joining us. And any socials, mate, anything you can give a shout out before we'll let you go for the week so you can get off to your round review?
Yeah, just Supercoach God on YouTube and Twitter. If you search it up on Twitter, it should come up, I'd assume. But yeah, that's about it.
Good on
Thanks
you, buddy.
for having me on, mate. Appreciate it.
Mate, anytime you are welcome. Anytime you know that, mate, you can crash a stream on a Monday night with Scobes, with me on the Sunday, whenever, mate. But good luck with the round review, and I'll be a very keen observer whenever it's public and ready to rock and roll. Go on, Jack. Thanks, buddy.
Easy. Have a good one.
You too, man. Catch you, bud. Back to the questions. Guys, hope that you're all having a good one. I'm guessing I'll start to see them pretty soon. Turboing through these questions so we can go to bed at a fair and reasonable time. Rao is good for flexing endgame. Yeah, if we get him at a decent price, I think so, buddy. Zaki, 25-8, which I'm not too upset about at all. Absolutely. Thoughts on where that score stands? You'll be able to see that absolutely yourself now, man. Let me know how you went. Jack Smith, saw a mate score 26-80. Have you seen higher? I have not. I haven't seen the leagues yet. But, wow, amazing. Sorry, Mikey, it's DR and the Temu Holmes. I wish Jack had been there for that comment. Bit of a Holmes lookalike, isn't he there, Jackie boy? And that is a compliment. Smart-looking rooster is Maxi Holmes. Yes, confirmed ACL, so unfortunate. I had the smile on my face. You've just taken off there, Danny. Now, thanks for the info, man. But what a downer on the round. What a downer on the round. Who cares how you went Supercoach wise? It's a downer for this young fella. Yeah, that's chattering. Mike, g'day, mate. 25.05, very happy. And you should be happy with your boys' efforts this weekend as well. So close. I was rooting for you. I love my Richmond fans, but I was rooting for you in the end there, mate. Kev, hey guys, VC Dacos traded in Neil. Captain. This is the ups and the downs and the twists and the roundabouts and the turns of this game. Jack brings in Sherry, decides to captain him, goes boom, and poor old Kev brings in Neil, captains him, and goes, you know, those old Warner Brother things where they fall off the cliff and it falls, and bad luck, mate. It's better to, don't know what to do. It's better to stick with rooks. All the primos in, I'm getting sucks. I'm getting in sucks. I feel your pain, brother. I feel your pain, man. Lizard, Bombers are decimated. Surely Hooley even can be good for a stretch. I'm thinking, mate, and I'm thinking of this is literally off the top of my head. So Sinclair comes in this week. Non-negotiable for me. Bice goes out. That was the one trade I was looking at doing. But do I actually boost this week? Go your Sard in. I don't think you're going to get much the way to the Kako. And then go your Daniel out. Bring your Warner in the midfield. And then go for your premier midfielder that's a little bit undervalued. Possibly. We'll talk about that. We will talk about it, mate. Shano, hey, buddy. Hey, dear. Love you. Hi, guys, even. Thank you, mate. Love your content. Appreciate you. 25-12. Nice work, my man. I haven't even looked at my own team here or how I went. I don't know if I will even during live. I probably will towards the end, but I'll do a round review maybe straight after this and just get it out of the way so it's out there for everyone. James, got the IDK. I've got TD. I don't know. TDK, I'm guessing, mate. Gone and brought in Terry. Even Sherry this week. I love this game. I love this game. Hey, I was watching, one of the boys watching literally an old VHS. Anyone from the 80s? You'll probably remember this. I used to go down to the local video shop and hire out the NBA music videos where they'd have like the old music videos and there was like dunk ones, so all the good dunks and all the rest, and there was the assist versions, but it was that, hey, NBA, I really love this game. It just took me back, vintage style, like Spills and I with the pod the other week. But yeah, anyone from the 80s or 90s, you'll know what I'm talking about, I think, there. Good on you there, James. Well done, mate. Great to see you loving the game, man. Great to see. Birdman, I would love to know the percentage of teams with both Gorn and Sherry. There are ways you can get close to doing it, but there is a bit of guesswork at the same time, mate. But yeah, if you got both, that combo is just king at the moment, isn't it? Jimmy, yes, sorry, got that already. Causa got Dunkley and Warner this week. Very solid, ladies, man. Woodles the Eagles jumper. Sure do, man. And look, I don't want to say this. I shouldn't say this because I'm not that father that I gloat within my own four walls into the family about the boys, but I try not to do it too publicly. But Maxi today playing for the Eagles, I tell you, it dominated, absolutely dominated. Took the P155 to be quite honest, and almost got himself hurt trying to give off a goal on the goal square. So he is. I don't want to say it is his dad, but like a superstar for his age. He's an absolute superstar. Took out the BNF and close to the comp MVP and all that. I probably should gloat as a father, shouldn't I? Love all the boys, but he is, and playing basketball as well, high level type stuff. So, yeah, who knows what the young man's going to do. Lucky he doesn't take after to my pedigree. But, yeah, I represented the Eagles for, I don't know what the count was towards the end, close to 300, I think. So I love the club and, yeah, great people around there. What was your score this week, God? I know I think that's a cheeky little, it might be Campbell. You might be late to the stream, but we love repeating or asking the question, what was your rank to people that have had a really big one for the week? So it was 25, it was 9 off, wasn't it? 25.91 would have been. Zaki, current season rank 3006, hoping to creep up. Nice, man. 25-8. Running Sherry, Gorn, and TDK. Planning to drop TDK Rant 12. That's a decent plan. Castring, bring in Bont. Yeah, and like that, man. But if you drop him round 12, round 12 for cash gen, I see your plan. Very nice, man. Causa, I can't believe I VC Jordan Clark. You're a sicko, Causa. Did you VC Jordan Clark? Wow, mate. Elephant Titus with that one. Love it, mate. Beautiful, buddy. Lizard had brain sarong until the last minute 2. Yeah, it hurts, doesn't it? I'm way behind. I know. I'll try to turbo through. Some upgrade targets this week. Wait for the stocky, mate, and the potty will absolutely have you covered. Kev, was deciding between Dacos and Brayshaw VC. You said Janath said to go with Dacos. The man Janath VC Brayshaw. Well, the thing is that Janath isn't actually a Dacos owner, so he couldn't VC him. But yeah, look, that was all the talk. I said to myself, you would have heard on the stocky, I was absolutely locking in Brayshaw, but look, I'm never going to blame Janath for anything because he's given me 95% good advice. Charles, have no hair left after that Lions game. Well, I've still got some locks, but Charles, it's going extremely grey. Extremely grey. Being a father and a teacher and a bloke that plays Supercoach, what am I doing with myself, Charles? What am I doing? Birdman, my 6 defenders repaid me this week. 789 from Zorks, Whitfield, Clark, Shees, Dale, Zach Reed. Could you go any better in defense this week? Wow, talk about repaying the faith. Congrats, brother. Stewie, absolutely gutted in the cashy. Had the win, but went from 5th to 7th on percentage, but number 1 for total points. It's hard to work out sometimes. It's matchup. I didn't realize, actually, I went for percentage on that league as well. I normally go, and apologies to win that league, I normally go for total points with the cash leagues in particular, Stu, because I think that the people that are scoring the best should be rewarded. But when it's percentage, it's a bit more luck of the draw. So apologies, mate. That's probably my bad there, Stewie. Gav, excuse me. Zach Reed, I love your cash, but you keep on going nuts. I'd love your cash, sorry. I'd planned on trading him out. I keep on having him in my plans to trade out, but you just can't at the moment. He's scoring better than premiums. So I'm not going to say he's a keeper, but he'll make us money to make it such an easy upgrade. And if you've got, like myself, your Sheezels or maybe a Sinclair already sitting in that midfield, then Reed is such a great player to get out as well, because you just transfer that bloke into defensive line and you're not worried about getting an extra rookie on field. You're replacing him with a primo and then doing whatever you want in your midfield or your forward or your ruck, whatever you got with DPP there. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one with Reed moving forward. But don't stop, please, Zach. Don't stop. Ben-Hur, same day I had Dacos and a Neil. Stick to the rucks, can't be tagged. That is your advice, man. It's so hard, Ben-Hur, because Ben-Hur, sorry, man. I was literally sitting there before the game saying that in my own head to myself. But the issue is I'd been on Chalky for most of the week. And then the brain was saying, but if you take it off Chalky and he goes nuts and the Big O restricts Sherry, then I'll be probably kicking myself even more. But damn. Yeah, it was probably, the gut move was probably Neil, I must admit. I'm not going to say the gut was Sherry. The more sensible move was probably Sherry, but the gut move was Brayshaw that I didn't do. So that hurt me the most, mate. Maxi versus my dad in the leagues. He beat me by 20. Had Neil over Sherry captain. Spew and still had a score of 24-2-3, which was all right. First in the family is extremely tough. My old man went 25, mid-25s, I think, this week. So very solid there. Oh, no, well, God only beat him by 3 points. So I must have gone 25-8 something. So, yeah, he'll show off this week. But always shouting when you lose to the family, isn't it? Maxi, do I kick out Newcomb? 57 Supercoach with Gold Coast this week coming up. We'll talk about him on the stocky. I didn't realize it was that bad. There's a pod pick as well. Ouch. Bad luck, man. Arush, g'day, lads. In Uncharted territory this week, ranked 715 with a 26-3-7, if you don't mind. So stoked. Reckon Caleb Daniels' time is up. We've talked a little bit about that. Probably yes. Let us know where you are in the ranks now, mate. Crazy score for me this week. Might have a chance at the top 1K. Nice, Oz. Lizard DPS projector is about 18 points off. I deduct 18 points. More accurate score. Read. Nice, Liz. Thank you for the info, brother. DFS. Thanks, mate. Shono, hey guys. May all your players get hundreds. You are a great specimen. Thanks, mate. It's open. Here we go, James. I'm a little bit off, but I'm trying to turbo through. Joshy, biggest mistake this year has been trading both Hewitt and SBP early. The timing is tough, isn't it? When you get the rookies out of your side, like lots of people have traded your Levi's out. Getting Davidson out at the right time is pretty essential. And even your Murphy Reeds, if you still held on to Murphy Reed, it's not a win anymore, unfortunately. So I'm guessing probably would have been fielding if you're holding. I don't know. But yeah, it can really hurt you, can't you? These small decisions, just like my captain choices this week. Did you win the weekly, James? Yeah, let's get around Jimmy. TDK to Gorn this week, having DK over Gorn cost me 60 points every week. It is just shattering. But in saying that, surely it's got to come down soon. Surely. Open rage trade time. And speaking of rage trades, if you have not checked it out yet, get around the crew, get around Scobes, Josh, and Verns, because they are live every Monday night with Rage Trade Mondays. What they do is they go through all the top 10 most traded in players, the top 10 most traded out players, and they don't waffle on like me. They just get straight to the point, give you all the good oil, and then move on to some of their potential trades and some of their rage trades as well. So I'd say close to essential viewing, and you often get different feedback, different points of view from the three boys that have joined us this year as compared to some of the advice that we give out on the potty, and then different advice that I can give out on the stock market. So you get some really good opinions there. 7 opinions all up a week from 7 different people that play Supercoach. That's the best thing about the Swordplay channel. You've got lots of different and varied opinions. Danny. Oh, Daniel Pennant, how are you, legend? Good to see you, man. We've got to catch up for a cold one, Danny. Daniel Philippou this week, a good option. Well, he's not going to move up in price. Shout out to Rain Man from Twitter, an absolute super bloke and a good Carlton man. He went early on the poo, and I think he called it like a break even, a break even type pick this week. So, yeah, it really does depend on his numbers and projections. So I'll try to answer that the best I can for you, mate, on the poo. Micah Higginson, trading Callahan over Merritt. JJ Tag, nice. Dawson, better fixture post by. And Neil, hardest run home for inside mids. Turned out to be correct move at least this week. Nice, mate. And it's funny you say just this week because the week is a long time in Supercoach, isn't it, bub? Rush, who's most likely to come back into their teams, Nevitt or Clay Hall? Bloody Clay Hall. Mini is frustrating me so much because Clay Hall last week was close to BOG, tackled the house down, heaps of possessions. And look, this week I'm quickly going to check on my Twitter. Clay Hall. No, I can't. It's too complicated to get it up for me with this screen. But I'm sure he dominated again this week. It was like 29, 30-odd touches. So, look, I don't know what he needs to do, to be quite honest, mate. But hopefully, it's a 50-50 between those two. Graz took my captain off Sherry, put on Neil 30 minutes before the game. Such a hard luck story, man, with me. Causa, thanks, mate. Brought in Hayes early. Oh, man. Such a spew, isn't it? Supercoach and AFL point from both of those points. Dale, got to make a decision with chopping Shearer, Daniel, or Bice. Probably Bice, I'd say at the moment. Or is it Daniel? I need to look at break-evens, man, because I haven't looked at break-evens, so you can probably do that yourself at the moment. Primordial, if I could, I'd trade a quarter of my team right now. It can get frustrating, mate, can't it? Rage trade them. All right, team of the week, 2761. Frankie, that is just ridiculous, isn't it, man? Maxing, Daniel Luke Jackson. Well, Doggett could be a massive. I don't know how long Darcy's out for. So we've talked about your Austin McDonald maybe isn't in. Dogger Jackson, yeah, potentially. And got that nice swing as well. Yeah, don't mind it. We'll take a good look into him. Up another 11K to 39K. That's 70K up in 5 weeks. We'll take it. Very nice work, man. Coming back from the dungeons and going up very nice. Up 2K for Mike. Nice, bud. 877 Maxi. Nice. Jed Blues, we will look at in the stocky, mate. Maybe a rule breaker. Only played one game. Thoughts on Daniel Device to Sinclair and Zorko? 2 thumbs up for that at this stage, man, without looking at all the numbers. Rodeo Bryson Daniel gives me 877 banked. Do you move Elijah on field and hold Caleb Daniel and rookie correct? You could. You absolutely could, mate. Lobsters rank 376. Nice. Green arrows every week since round 2. That is elite. Congrats, buddy. Driz 256 top 1%. Very happy. Nice, Driz. Zach can confirm our new rank 1756. Beautiful, mate. Top 1%. Love your podcast, man. Appreciate it. You and Spillsy and the professor get me through my work days. That is awesome feedback, man. And look, what I always say with the channel and with the potty and all the rest, wouldn't do it if it wasn't for all the support. I probably would just ramble to myself anyway, to be quite honest, and chat with the boys because I love them. But yeah, appreciate you, man. It's a community that makes this what it is. Thanks, man. Dalek, trade choice this week is between Sinclair and Zorks. I feel like I can wait a week to get him because the break even 109, which isn't bad. And I see the Saints matchup this week is West Coast. Fantastic points, mate. Josh, g'day, mate. Thoughts on taking a punt on Bergman? All I know is that he tagged. Again, stocky, mate. Stocky for that. But look, he'd be an absolute top pod pick. The point, a point is that he's got the bye in round 12, 10, 11. You're only getting 2 weeks before the bye. I don't know if you could hold on for that long, but maybe a post-bye move from that. Theo, hey, man. Dan Curtin or Sard Al and Nick Martin thoughts? Oh, sorry. Dan Curtin for Sard. I don't think you trade Sard out if that's what you were thinking, but maybe Sard in for Curtin, possibly. Nick Martin. Nick Martin's going to be a bit of a roller coaster, mate. You're going to love him, hate him 1 week and the next, but I do like his DPP status. That's really nice. Kev, my defense, Whitfield, Zorko, Clark. Oh, sorry, I've just got a legend here. I've seen in the private chat. I can see his beautiful face. You're actually going to get a handsome man on the screen here. Should get him to do some modelling work for some Swordplay merch. I'll get to Kev's question, then I'll welcome him on. Good looking, you know who it is. Actually, that's a massive slap in the face to all the other people that come on here. Like, they're all great looking people, but this one in particular, the absolute king. Sorry, Kev, my defense. Whitfield, Zorks, Clark, Sinclair. Very nice, my friend. And I have Rosie. Who should I target as my last defender? Geez, you're going well. Whitfield, Zorko, Clark, Sinclair, Rosie. Ideally, you'd love to get Nas there, wouldn't you? You'd love to get Nas. That would be a beautiful in for you and just round out that defense. Do you take the punt on a Bailey Dale with a really low break even? I've been an owner and it's been painful. Then it's been nice the last couple of weeks. But yeah, again, lots of these questions. I can't give all the info. I haven't looked at the numbers and really deep dived. Definitely Stocky and the potty, but no need to talk about the stock in the potty because we have a man who I know has a very healthy rank, a very healthy smile this week. It's Supercoach Pro. Brad, how are you, mate? I just DM'd you the other day. You were DMing and said you need to come on live soon. We need to catch up. And you've graced us with your presence just on the Sunday night. So thanks for joining us, mate. And how you been? How you Supercoach been?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks, overall. And, side's actually flying. Well, 52nd last week. Now we've been pushed out a little bit to 77th rank at the moment overall.
Hang on. There's no 1 or 1-0 or something in front of the 77. 77th overall.
Yeah, 77th overall. Yeah.
Mate, you are having a phenomenal season. And I think I mentioned in the Stocky last week that my man, Supercoach Pro Brad, went on early on Marshall. He was a very happy man. You've gone away from the pack, I think, with certain moves this year. And I know that we have a lot of chats in the team chat and lots of different opinions from people in there with some strong opinions at times. But you've just stuck with your gut, which I really like. And I keep saying it each week that I'm not going with the gut. You seem to do that a lot more this year, mate. Is that a fair and reasonable statement to make?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Just trust your gut. And even if you don't pick the crowd pick, some weeks just go with what you actually think just based on the data. And again, I always say this in my videos in general. I think the eye test is better than the statistics behind it. So, yeah, that's the main thing. I saw Marshall, thought, and against Brisbane, he looked really good. We know he was a 600K player. And I was like, this cash gen is really tricky with the rookies sometimes. I was like, I'll be a week early if I do it. It might pay off. But I was like, you can make 125K from downgrading primos to other primos and use it as a bit of a stock market play. So I had to do something, and that was actually a huge reason to climb the ranks 52nd last week from that move.
That's unreal. And that's what you got to do at times, I think. You can't be too – where you're ranked at the moment, like with a genuine shot, a genuine and absolute shot, you've got to go a little bit different. Like you can go vanilla at times. You got to put some sprinkles on there, though, mate, or a bit of ice magic just to go a little bit different. So really like the way that you've approached the game this year. And I wish that I'd have done the same thing because I look back and it's all hindsight at the end of the day, Brad, but I look back on some of my decisions and go, why did I do that? I should have just stuck with what I wanted to do. I went with the groupthink, but you've done the opposite. So congratulations, mate. That is just absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. Who'd you captain this week?
Captain Brayshaw.
Nice. Just get it out of the way nice and early too. So it just sets up your weekend, doesn't it, man, when you nail that captain?
Yeah, absolutely.
Blinks, hey man, shocked I haven't seen you down. What age is Maxi? Oh, I thought like Max Gormer, are we? At Whittlesea, he is under, so he's 13, mate. So under 14s, I think it is, or is it under 13s? He's under 13s or 14s, but he's a big ruckman. He's literally a head higher than most kids on the field, and just had a solid game. I think he might have kicked 4 from the ruck or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, massive game, man, from the young fella. And yeah, enjoy. I was the water boy today, so I didn't do band or anything. A little bit less aerobic type action from me. Week early on Philippoo or grab a bubble boy. Look, do you know much about the poo, Brad, and whether or not you'd even consider going there a week early? He was just solid without being spectacular, wasn't he? From what I've heard.
He played forward a lot, but I see it 2 ways. Even if he has a stinker and gets injured, he's not on the bubble. So even if he has a poor game, you've got a bit of risk, but he plays West Coast as well, so I don't hate it. And he's got DPP, so
it's a pod move.
Yeah, you could do it.
Well, X, if you want to go for a bit of a pod move, mate, you absolutely can. Tune in Monday night because the resident expert pod selector, if you like, is Verns. So, yeah, speak to Vernsy maybe on a Monday, mate. Causa traded Zach Reed to Flynn at the Anzac Day round. Oh, that would look. You made a little bit of cash with Flynn, but Reed would have made even more. That's bad luck, Causa. Primordial can't believe Gorn is 735. Damn, are you a Gorn owner, Brad?
I'm a Gorn owner, but I don't own Cherry, so I'm in this weird boat as well.
Yeah, well, I'm the opposite. I've got Sherry, but not Big Maxi. So there's no world, is there, mate, that we can go there until we just pray for a floor game, is there? Floor being what, 120 maybe? Like,
well,
or do you just bite the bullet with your rank? Like, this is a big one for your rank because I would say that the majority we were talking about with Jack before. Surely the majority of the top, let's just say 100 own Gorn, don't they? I'm so surprised you don't because I was almost thinking to myself, surely to be right up there, you've got to own Max, but you don't. That's
the opposite. So I've got Gorn, 70% of the top 1% don't have.
Sorry.
Have Cherry, and I don't have Cherry. You're right.
You are the opposite. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that it's more important to just pay up with your rank? It's too risky not having him, or are you saying to yourself, "No, I'm still going to back in who I've got just for now and play a bit of a different game. I'm going to still pot him for now and just pray for value." What's your strat going to be at your rank? It's tough, man. I don't envy it, to be honest.
I'm actually going to grab him because I looked at if I had Cherry in my side this week, I would have went almost 2-6, and then no one would have caught me. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Look, he's such a dominating player, and people have already mentioned when it comes to captaincy, your rucks don't get tagged, so it's not like you're paying up for a Bont or a Butters. And look, they're different beasts, and I love them to death, but yeah, it's that big ruckman that you just lock in now. You've got a massive rank, and you're not going to be worried about not owning him compared to lots of the other players that you're competing with for that top rank. So I don't mind it, mate. There's some times where you just have to do it. And I'm sure you've picked off value like your Rowan. So because you've picked off value like your Rowans, you can probably afford to now go someone like your Sherry. And that's why it's good to look for value because it can allow you to make moves like that. So I rate it. I absolutely rate it. And you should get Homer away from sneaking back into the bush there, mate. You should be getting right out of that bush, mate. You should be coming forward because that's massive, mate. I like that move. Jake, sorry, mate. Is Bice a good trade for Ryan? Oh, that's a pod move. Or Dacos or Holmes? I have 21 trades with a boost still. Stock market question, but Ryan's had a good 2 weeks. Holmes, I think, was lucky this week that Bedford was out of the side because he may have been a tag target. But hey, he wasn't. He played really, really well. Dacos seems pretty safe-ish at the moment. Was on a 3-week 100 run before he got a solid enough score. I think it was around the 90 mark. Brad, I like Bice out this week. Would you firstly consider any of these 3? And if so, would you have a favourite out of the lot?
Yeah, I think easily for me this week, Holmes based on the break-even game and the DPP, but Geelong have a good fixture after their bye as well, so probably Holmes would be the target out of those lot. I mean, Dacos is going to still be a couple of weeks before his price bottoms out, and Ryan's just too inconsistent for me going on him.
Yeah.
Like, there's no point.
I absolutely agree with that. Yep. On your Jakey boy, 21 trades with a boost still left. But yeah, Holmes, I think he's going to be a good selection for you, mate. Supercoach Edge, Damon, how are you, my great man? DR, can we have Neil parade through the streets, naked, tarred, and feathered, whilst ringing a bell and yelling shame to the masses, like in Games of Thrones? Like in Game of Thrones, he killed my week as a captain. We were talking in the chat, weren't we, during the game? It's such a downer, isn't it? We talked beforehand, and we decided to both go there. And it's just a killer, isn't it? It is an absolute killer. But again, for anyone that doesn't know, and I'm sure that you do, please check out Damon's great work with Liam at Supercoach Edge, because one of the best blokes you'll ever hope to meet in your life, knows his stuff, and shares my pain this week as a Chocky. And I've mentioned to a few, Chocky this week, he's like, and no offense to those people that like this chocolate, but the old gold that is always a no in our family, just left at the bottom of the favourites box. The old gold that no one likes, that was Chocky this week. Brad, are you an old gold fan? And what's your go-to out of the favourites box? So you're the first one in there. You've got the hand in. What are you grabbing, mate? What's your selection?
Definitely a boost for me, or even those Monaros. What? Not Monaros. What
Morrow. Underrated, mate. Yep. Some people say the poor man's Mars bar, but you've just gone in the book, and you can tell that you are a good man because you've gone with the boost. I think that's a very, very solid selection there, mate, the boost. And you've also gone with the Morrow, that underrated type pick. This is why you're a successful man in Supercoach, mate, and life in general. Daniel Philippou or Jackson this week? Well, they're two massive decisions, Dan, because you're going for that pod. Well, both of them are pods, but you're going for that money-making move in Philippou and hoping that he's a preseason selection that lots of us were assuming and predicting he was going to be. Dogger with Jackson, with Darcy out of the side, could be a massive move. So it depends if you really want to pay up for Jackson or try to bank a little bit of coin. So, yeah, a bit of strategy, personal strategy, I think, associated with that question. Zeus, who's our next cash cow? If only we knew. Brad, if you have to downgrade this week, have you got any early thoughts in mind about who that player could potentially be?
I actually don't. I was actually going to use a bit of a stock market play again and grab. I don't know if I actually want to name the player because it's quite an embarrassing pick, but I reckon you can make money off him.
I want to hear it. Oh, are you going to keep this one just quiet for now?
No, I can reveal it, but it's quite wild.
No, but hey, mate, we know the context. It's a wild pick, but you're ranked right up there, top 100. Who's a wild pick that the Lone Wolves might just take a small sniff at, mate?
Okay, I'm going to get laughed at this for this one, but Settlefield, he's
big setters.
He's only 450k. I don't know what his break-even is now, but he's got Dogs this weekend, which is a green matchup, and then he's got Tigers the week after. He's also got the last buy, so I could use him as a stepping stone, make him play throughout the buys, and maybe make 120, 130k off him. That's my play I'm thinking about.
You are a sick man. But you've got to be sick to be right up there where you're at. Yeah. And that's the other thing. For anyone that is listening, 250 people, that is just absolutely magnificent. Thank you very much for anyone that's tuning in. You've got to look at all the options. Now, Brad's not sitting there saying that's a move he's going to make and bring setters in. But you've got to sit down with your Swordplay notepads and jot down all the potential, the crazy moves, the out-of-the-box moves, the last-minute maybe scenarios that you can potentially think about, because sometimes going vanilla isn't the way to play. So that's what you got to do, and it's great advice. Just think about your next moves and think about some wacky stuff that maybe no one else is and try to get the edge there. Thomas, is Roberts a trade-out option? Look, I'm still a fan of holding Matty Roberts at this stage. He's gone the 200s in a row. Brad, do you think a little bit different there? If you were a Matty Roberts owner, firstly, are you a Roberts owner?
I'm a Roberts owner, but the only way I've gotten to the ranking is by not sidewaysing too often. So if
Good
you
advice.
sideways and then grab someone else, but the other team has now used 2 rookies into 1 primo, next week they're going to be a primo ahead of you. This is the issue with this sideways stuff. So you can get rid of Chera, get rid of Daniel, but come round 12, I'll be fully upgraded while these sides do that sort of sideways, and I'll be playing 2 extra rookies. And you won't notice until the buys, I think. That's when teams will get caught out. So I wouldn't do it.
That's fantastic advice, mate. Fantastic advice. And the other thing I'd say, Tomo, very quickly as well is, or I suppose the question I would pose, would you be surprised to see Roberts outscore Sinclair in a week or Zorko in a week? I wouldn't be. It's happened. It's happened. So, yeah, I would really like Brad's advice there. I would be holding on to Roberts, and that's why I have for at least the time being. And once you've sort of got close to a full primo side, then you say to yourself, right, is Roberts someone that I can now move on as a bit of a luxury type thing? So, yeah, great advice here, Brad. Clay Hall had 29, thank you, and 4 tackles this week. Birdie, what else can the man do? And what I will say, Tom Gross as well, I feel sorry for him because he was run down, obviously, at the end there, almost tackled the... Oh, Brad, you're a Richmond man. You're a Richmond man. Yeah, get up and about, mate. Get up and about.
Man.
Big ranking. The boys got there in the end. Quickly, before I get to any other questions, tell us how it felt. The young boys must be making you proud in 2025.
Yeah, I was absolutely ecstatic. Like, I thought it was one of those games that we actually sort of lose last minute because we've done it a lot over the last few years. And just to get a nice win as well, because like I'm sick of seeing, like, last year we won 2 games and I know it's a rebuild, but for the fans, you just want to see something, you know, really good, especially from the young kids as well. So that win was just really clutch. I was nervous. I was pacing up and down my room like just some sort of psycho. And, yeah, just that tackle was just amazing. And I just knew after that he won the game. But the momentum of that game was crazy. Like, so many scores just kept flipping on their heads. I can't remember how many times it actually changed from West Coast to Richmond being in front.
12 the last time I heard. Yeah, 12 at some stage. It might have been more in the end.
It was nuts. It was a good win, though. I was happy.
100%, mate. Get up, Tigers. I can just see another dynasty coming from some of these young blokes. And what I keep on telling everyone, no one's seen Taj Houghton yet. He's meant to be, from everything that I hear, an out-and-out gun that's just had a bit of injury trouble. I ended up going early on him in the Supercoach Edge, shout to Damon, Supercoach Edge Draft Keeper League with a bit of a later pick. He was injured, just flew under the radar and snapped him up. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can produce as well. So such a bright, bright future for all those boys there. And that's the other thing. Just quickly, I was going to say, Tom Gross, who got run down, he came on as a sub and got into the thick of things. Absolutely got into the thick of things. I think it was like 15% tog and a 40-odd. He might have got scaled down for that chase down. I'm not too sure, but made a couple of mistakes, got caught holding it, but actually made an impact as a sub. So, yeah, the coach, I hope, Minnie would have said, keep doing it, mate. Take it on. Maybe a lack of awareness at the end. Who knows? But, yeah, I do feel for him, but I think he deserves to get a game after that little cameo this week. Causa went down again, 9.08. Can't get into top 5K. You will, Causa. You will, mate. You'll absolutely get there. Shano up from 193 to 86. Geez, you got some competition there, Brad. I'd love to know what it's like just cruising in the top 100. But you and Shano got something in common there, my friend. Some Spud wavered out Stewart in draft earlier. That'd be a nice steal in the morning. Nice bit of I actually do that myself now that you say it there, buddy. It's Kaz. Hey, buddy. Meek's score was the one that got dropped for me this week, 43. I didn't realize he scored that low. I don't really keep up with what many of the other rucks do, apart from the main sort of group. That hurts, doesn't it, Kaz? Particularly when you've got your Sherries and your Gons. Even your TDK got your low 100 this week. So, yeah, bad luck for that pod there, buddy. Up the Dons on you, Paddy. Up the Dons. Brad popping up everywhere. He is a Supercoach bike at the moment, and I'm a lucky man at the moment being able to. I'm not going to go that far. They were going to get to some dark areas there, Brad. We might leave that one for the chat, but I've got a lot of love for Brad. Probably not that love, the love that I was going to get into it. Got to love it. That's right. Should I trade out Nank and Rao? Asked Nash. Nash, another Nash. Good on you, Nash. Much love to you. What would you be doing in this predicament? God was saying before that he's potentially the sick man looking to even target Rao when he comes just right down to rock bottom if he isn't there right now. Are you trading a Rao at this stage, or are you saying that we've already copped in such a loss that it's not worth it? Do you have any feelings on that, mate? When a premium that you get in loses so much coin, and you think to yourself, is it just too late? Do I just need to cop this and ride it out, or just get rid of him? Did you have a thought on this in particular, strategy-wise, buddy? It's a tough question, I know, and it's team dependent and what other problems do you got? But just generally speaking,
I think it's easy to say I'd hold because I don't own him, but like he's pushed out 130s, and people are going to target him at 450k in a few weeks' time. So you're going to jump off a bloke that everyone's going to jump on. If he was like 560 or something like that, it'd be worth it. But for the price he is now, there's nowhere that you could really sideways to, if that makes sense. So there's not enough passion. Yeah.
149 break even. Oh, it's a tough one. I'm almost writing it out. Hawthorn, St Kilda, Freo. Look, 137, 136, 74, 126, 130. You've seen a dog 3-week stretch, but remember Sinclair didn't go this low, but Sinclair just had a 3-week stretch. Zorko's done it before. I know they're defenders. I know they're different positions, but I just see a world where Rao comes back and slaps you in the face. It could be this week, and you're going, and it just makes the pick even worse. So, as Brad said, it's so much easier, Nash, for us to say hold when we're not owners, but yeah, it is tough. And how about Nank? If you're a Nank owner, are you just saying get either Gorn or Sherry in if you can, or maybe a Romo still at?
Yeah, I think exactly that. Like you either go Romo or you actually just go the two big dogs because you know they're going to outscore Nank by a fair margin. So in this category, I'd probably just upgrade to a Gorn or Cherry out of those two rather than hold off, because this is where the one you actually will get hurt on. That's the issue.
Very true. That is such a good point. This is where we are getting, well, some of us are really benefiting in and some of us are really, really hurting. That is a really good point on the rucks there, mate. Here's talk about a great man. I have much love for this bloke. Joey, how are you, buddy? 24.94 for me this week. DR, been a while, mate. It has been too long. We need to catch up for a couple of cold ones, Joey. It's got to be soon as well. I keep saying this, but we have to actually do it. Nice score, Joey. Scorched Earth. How are you, buddy? Brad is absolutely flying. Everything he does turns to gold. Copy his moves and you'll be right. We're in the chat with Brad. So that's just what I'm going to do. If I can give anyone advice, try to jump in this chat that we've got and just do what Brad does, because the man is absolutely flying, but he's going with his gut. Cheers, Scorch. He's a great man, isn't he, Joey? Scorch, big supporter of everyone, all the content creators. Uncle Akka, he's a great man. Chubby Joe, I'm very angry with you. Bought in Neil. Ooh, I tell you what, there's some love lost here. Buse, yeah, Lukey, we didn't really talk about him, but played the one game. Brad, do you know anything about Buse, whether or not he's been injured this year? He just hasn't been selected or anything? I've had a couple of questions about Busey with a half-decent score at under 180. Not sure. Neither am I. I just have not been looking, but yeah, we'll get to him on the stock in that during the week, mate. Joey, no, you didn't break him. I broke him from the start, I think. Do you think it's too late to get on Al Helwi? I don't think it is personally with the other options that we've got. But as JG always says, like it's always going to be a bit of a risk in regards to sub. Would you consider still bringing him in, Brad, if you're pretty desperate, as we all are, for a dang great option this week, considering we know he's getting a full game?
Yeah, I'd take a punt on this because the DPP could be handy anyway. You need a downgrade to upgrade anyway. So if it was probably just a standard no DPP, I wouldn't do it. But the fact is he's finally had a full game and scored a 69 off that. So I'd probably just take a punt on him.
Love it, mate. I'm in that camp as well if I think I'm going down. Oscar McDonald is the other one.
Oh.
If that JS looks good with Shrek out. So we'll see how we go there, mate. Joey. So happy I traded out Flynn 2 weeks ago. Got Sherry to own all three of Gorn, Sherry, and TDK. It couldn't happen to a better man, Joey. Well done, mate. You just sit back, don't you, in that banana lounge with a little cocktail, Joe, and just enjoy the big boy ride. That sounded off as well, but you know what I'm saying. The Supercoach kiss of death. Well, Roberts for Holmes next week as a close to sideways swap. You can get lovely. Well, we're sort of the opposite way of thinking there, and we're more of the hold Roberts camp. You want to go different, mate? Hopefully for Holmes owners, you are not the kiss of death with that one there. But yeah, all the best if you do that, mate. Useless Vicentini 98 in his first game of the year for Port. Could be a cash cow after Flinny. Anyone know about what's going on with Port's ruck scene? All I know is that Sweet was omitted this week. Do you know any more than that, Brad? Or
I wouldn't risk it after this week. I wouldn't risk trying to play ruck merry-go-round. Not worth it for me.
Yeah, and look, 98, only the one game. I don't know. It is too much for a ruck merry-go-round there. I agree with you. But the best one to speak about that would be the great JB. Shout out to you, my brother, from Dr. Supercoach, mate. Damon, our old gold is Neil. Spot on. Do you agree with me there, Damon? Like, I just, it's the old gold that is always left there. Always left there. Just useless Supercoach, Lockie Neal, and a useless chocolate, in my opinion. And this is controversial because some, you either love it or you hate it. Not a friend of the fruit and nut. That's controversial, but just personal. I'm not bagging on fruit and nut because I know lots of people like it. Sheridan Dunkley. Quick opinion on Shearer, Brad. Have you jumped off Shearer, or have you ever owned him? Do you own him? What's your personal situation with Adam?
I own him, but like all these primos have dropped to low fours at some point. I know it's back-to-back 80s, so it looks bad. The only reason I'd condone a Chera or a Daniel sort of sideways swap is if you're too heavy on the round 12 buy.
Yep.
That's the only reason. But then I'd have to pick a player like maybe that I think can do something from here on out, like a Jack Steele potentially, that could be about the same price. But you'd have to go for another Smokey. So there'd be a questionable player for another questionable player because they're that price for a reason. So probably, unless you're going to go to a Bont or Butters, it's almost not worth it.
Yeah, look, I've actually thought about this, and it's what I'm doing at this stage, and it's a bit of a crazier type move. I think not many people do it, but I want everybody that's watching to take a look at his fixture after the bye these next 3 weeks. So if we can somehow hold him through the next couple against the two New South Wales teams, he then has Essendon, West Coast, and North Melbourne. So I really like the cover that he provides during 13, 14, and 15. So for me, given the fact that I've held him through a few 80s in a row now, I'm actually committing to holding him through the buys. And that's a bit of a different strategy. Look, if there's a way I can just get him pretty easily to Bond or Butters or someone, definitely I'll consider that. But I'm considering a bit of a different type move and just holding him through when lots of others will jump off, hoping he can have a nice 3 here and use him as that last luxury type upgrade in the midfield. So that's just a bit of strategy I think some people may look for. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but you could. LeBom, James, I like that one. Sinclair or Whitfield this week. Either way, you can't go wrong. But the value game would suggest Sinclair. Would you say value-wise you're going Sinclair, Brad? Or are we just that confident that Whitfield's a D1? We just go bugger price. Let's just get Lockie in because he's got a decent run coming up too, matchup-wise and all the rest.
Well, I think 90% of the cash den for a lot of sides has dried out. So I'd be playing value game because I'm seeing a lot of big questions about all these big dogs, but on their benches it's pretty thin. And I wouldn't want to do this unless it's a Chera or Max Gawn's a little bit priced out. But yeah, I'd rather go value because I think Sinclair and Whitfield, they're going to probably average around the same throughout the season anyway. But this thing that would sell me on Sinclair is the buy with Freo, whereas Whitfield doesn't have that buy.
Good point. Yeah, good point. I think either way, I pretty much know either way with an educated guess that going to be both great picks, but I'm with Brad. And for anyone that's asking questions, comparing your big dogs with, and Brad's a bit of a different situation going Sherry this week, and we know that there's context to his rank and all that. But for the majority of the questions, the big dogs versus value, we're always going to say value. Always going with the value.
Yep.
Jonas, hey man, DR, who is the goose that actually thought Sardis was a better player than Big Setter Nuts? That is an absolute drive-by at my brother Scobes. If the Tog is there, he scores well. I'm almost sure about it. I'm with Scobes on that, but we've got to recognise by now that he just isn't getting the Tog. So nice little drive-by there for Scobes. LeBaume, Daniel and Flynn holds. Team dependent, mate, but I would be quite happy. I think most people would be quite happy getting rid of those two at this stage. G-Bags, you are a very, very generous man. Just before I get into this question, which we'll try to answer as best as we can, G, $10. Every live donation goes straight to a bat for Jack. And there is a great man who I've made contact with through email. I haven't heard back from yet, that Brad actually helped me out with here, that wants to remain anonymous. I wish that I could actually give out his name, but he honestly doesn't want to, and that's why he's such a good man. Has a phenomenal donation for Jack, so I need to wait to hear back from him. But yeah, that's just been terrific. So yeah, Jack's a guy that I know, a young man that I know really well. Super talented cricketer, had a bit of a tough upbringing at times, and we're trying to raise money to get him a really great bat. So G-Bags, $10 to that. Thank you very much, my friend. Hey, fellas, which trade do I prioritise this week? Sherritt to Merritt / Dunkley, or Roberts to Whitfield / Clark? So they're two sort of those sideways, not really sideways, it's an upgrade, but yeah, not prioritising any rookies off field at the moment. My other trades will be moving Moraes to Boxall. So you're making cash there. All right, Brad. So Sherritt to Merritt or Dunkley, or Roberts to Whitfield or Clark?
Oh, probably Roberts to Whitfield if I was to. But again, with the buyers, maybe Sherritt to Merritt or Dunkley would help you out better. It's very hard because you don't know how much points you actually gain throughout the season between those two, because Sherritt, that good fixture, could also outscore Merritt. Not saying that he will,
Don't
but
know, do you?
I don't know. I'd rather get rid of these rookies first. Probably the second one, like a Roberts to a Whitfield, would make more sense because Whitfield's D1. That's the only logic I can use.
It's close to a guarantee. He's up there at minimum top 3, isn't it, mate? You look at the break even for Zerrett this week because he's got that big screeny system. If he scores a 108, he goes up, only a 3K. Then he plays Richmond, which is a damn nice fixture. But even with the 124, that breaking even goes up to 166. We saw the other week with the 150, we were licking our lips and he beats it. So you never know with these things. But you could potentially hold off on Zerrett, but he is really nice. Nice value there. Dunkley. Let's have a quick look at what Dunkley's looking like, because he's really come back with a nice couple of weeks. Geez, his value at 539 with a break even of 71, playing Melbourne this week. She's got the last buy. Yeah, I'll actually like Dunkley over Merritt. Maybe that's Brisbane Lions bias and owning him, and he's had a good last couple of weeks. So I'd probably go, if you go on the first option, I'd probably go Dunkley over Merritt, G. And then I would be going, look, Clark would be good value, but Whitfield you just can't go wrong with. So in saying all this, I would probably go Roberts to Whitfield, although I think Roberts probably has a better chance of being a keeper in the back line than Sherritt does in the midfield. But if you want to get rid of one of the two, that's probably the way that I'd be going. So hopefully that helps out a little bit for you there, mate. And thank you very much, Brad. Just listen to Brad, not me, I think. Theo, Dacos and Daniel for Jackson and marriage. Thoughts? You're getting Dacos out. Dacos.
Unless he's talking about Josh Dacos. By DPP or something. Surely not Nick.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'd be trading out any Dacoses at the moment, Theo.
No.
Daniel, you're paying up for Marrick at the moment. Look, I think he could be an absolute keeper. But, it's a little bit dicey. I would be saying no to that overall. Brad, would you be giving that the tick, or you a little bit iffy?
I wouldn't get rid of Dacos. I mean, if you can go Daniel to Jackson, probably makes more sense than Daniel to Marrick.
I would do that. Yeah, I would do that.
But I wouldn't be trading out Dacos, unless he's injured, of course, like from the pec. But we just don't know until Tuesday 5 p.m. I believe that's when they release that.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Oh, look. Yeah, I'd be saying hold at this stage, mate. But Theo, in the Swordplay potty, put it through the mailbag and give us your team and all the rest so we can give you a bit more of an answer there, buddy. Nez, so hey, Nez, should we start having a look at Sinclair and Ed Richards? Sinclair, 100%, mate. 100%. Eddie Richards, definitely a pod. Getting the ride of the week. The ride of the week. I'm not sure who that is. Sorry, DJ. Maybe context, mate. You've probably put context, sorry, and I've missed it. Is Daniel a hold? Talk a little bit about that. Look, you could, but I'm happy to trade, I think, from what we've seen lately. Should I trade Bice and Sardis for Sinclair and a Rook? Or could Sardis come back soon? Maybe ask Scobes about Sardis, his boy. But Bice out. Bice out's fine for Sinclair.
Yep.
What do you reckon? Are you just giving up on Sardis, Brad, if you owned him as a pick with the Tog?
He's sticking in the VFL. Setterfield's got that role over him. So, yeah, I'd probably get rid of him at some
pretty
point.
cooked, isn't he? Yeah. Back it in, mate. Fury, Marek. We just talked about Marek. I'll do a deep dive, and I need to get a lot of people's opinion about this because I'm an owner. It's very easy for me. I've just got him and I love him. Yeah, it's potentially. I'll say potentially. 25-13 for Fozzie. Nice, mate. Currently rank in the top 2K. Beautiful, my friend. Jack Crisp, potential pod play. I don't think he's done much, has he, apart from
the 170.
Yeah, apart from, 31 is a break even. 440 is a midfielder. Oh, mate, he's only gone the 100, 59, 97, 67, 64. I'd be saying no, mate. Yeah, very rapid cash play, though. And I do love Jack Crisp. What's go on Short? Brad, you're the Richmond man. What happened with Jaden Short? Crook or injured or?
Yeah, something to do with his knee, actually. So I don't know if it's inflammation or whatever it is, but he might miss a few. So I'd get rid of him at this point just by what they were saying on the commentary today.
See you, Shorty. CJG. Hey, boys. Just joined. So desperate for rookie this week. Is Buse an option? Had a few questions about him, mate, and no one knows a thing about why he wasn't in the side, whether or not he was injured or playing twos. I haven't had the time to actually check during the stream, but he's going to be a big talking point this week because lots of questions. So I'll do my best to do a bit of a deep dive for you, mate. Wouldn't go Vicentini at that price. Absolutely no way. Agree, mate. Thoughts on Cleary to Buse and then Daniel to Rosie or Luke Jackson? Yep, don't mind Dogriff. Darcy is out. We've talked about that a bit. Rosie, yep, he'll get down back, but don't know. Again, it's all Buse. I cannot believe this is Supercoach 2025 when we're discussing Buse. Oh, scorched earth. Hope I haven't offended you too much, mate. Old Gold is good dark chocolate. I've just always been dairy milk, mate. But scorched, if you like it, come to my joint, mate. We have, I think, a box full of it. Because we just keep the box there with the old gold, get a new one whenever we do. Tip the old golds into the other box and it just builds up, man. But he was good as, but sweet is sweet and annoying as he is for Supercoach and for me. I'm just trying to just summarize this. They're not going to give their premier ruck 5 games in the sandful. So that's for the people thinking about maybe Vicentini. X is saying that surely that Sweet can't spend 5 weeks there. Chrissy, early trades are Cos, Bice, and Daniel gone. See you later. Sinclair, the horny man back in. Delana. Don't know much about him, but the other guy's good. Forward line complete. Track, Rankin, Baz, McRae, JHF, Warner. Gee, that's pretty nice, isn't it, Brad? What's your forward line, Brad? Because you said you've got that. Is it potentially an extra? Or what's your forward line looking like at the moment, mate? It must be pretty good.
Yeah, I've got Petrarca, Warner, Smith, Rankin, McRae, Marek, and I think my extra is actually Caleb Daniel now. I could move on. That's why I bought Water. So if I need to get rid of Daniel, I'll piss him off. Piff him off is what I meant to say in the round 12.
Oh, geez, that's good. That's why he ranks so high, man. Jeez. Oh, mate, love it. Brady, don't forget Sherry was on 30 quarter time. He had to play the back line for this game due to injuries. That is a really wonderful point, mate, because he got moved back and I was seeing a kick in. I thought, here we go. I think he got 4 touches in that second and was around on a 50. And I thought, look, it could be okay. Even in the mid-70s at three-quarter time, was that last quarter, from memory, had like one kick in, and the one kick he had was out the full, and I was just tearing my hair out. So, yeah, but that's a good point, Brad, with Shera, and that's going to be part of my rant this week on the potty. Does Flynn Bice to Sinclair and Rook look okay this week? I'd tick it off, Brad. Ticking that one off, mate, depending on who the Rook is.
Yep.
Fury, best rookie to downgrade to this week. A stocky question, mate, and something that I'm finding almost impossible to answer. Brad, 290 people currently watching. What is going on, mate? What an audience tonight. What's the bloody time? Normally, I'm doing this at midnight, so it's not even 10 o'clock yet. So maybe because it's a little bit earlier, but 290 people. Shout out to everyone there, and shout out to Uncle Akka. Mate, thank you so much, mate. You donated a couple of... I do appreciate you. And that man, I appreciated during that premiership run. Beautiful watching him live, mate. Money for fruit and nut. Very much. The old fruit and nut, mate. Either you love it or you hate it. We saw someone before give a bit of a shout out to the old gold. But, yeah, fruit and nut I've got a lot more respect for than the old gold, I must admit. So thank you very much for your generosity, man. I appreciate you, buddy. Maxi, can Bias and SPP be held for one more week? All right. Bias, I've had a few. Actually, just look here. Bias. Oh, sorry. Bias. Oh, no, that must be an old break even. Sorry, mate. We'll look here for you with Biasy. He has a break even of 102. So if you look back at his season stats, he's gone a couple of hundreds. The 96, the 89. Yeah, I think. Look, he could look. He's got the potential to go up close to that break even, but I would be flipping if you can, mate. And Sam Pell Pepper. Let's have a look what his break even is. Gone, mate. Gone. I wouldn't be worrying about the heroics against Geelong. They're a solid side. Yeah, this stretch here, 101, 106, 98, brilliant, but then 66, 53. We've seen a 48. We've even seen that 18. So we've seen the best and the worst. I'll be saying thank you for your service, great bald man. Out you go. Would you trade both, Brad? Are you with me on that one, mate?
Yeah, I'd consider holding Bias if you needed to, but you don't want to downgrade Bias. You want to upgrade Bias. That's the issue.
That's a very fair point. That is a very fair point. And that's where you are lucky at times, having that DPP. So if you went early, or not willing, if you've got a Sinclair there, if you've got a Sheasley there fighting in midfield, it's an easy bang. If you don't want to get an extra midfielder in, defender in, get a mid, DPP for a forward. So, yep, very nice. But, yeah, I'd agree with that. SPP absolutely gone. Bias, I want gone, but there's a word you could hold. Brooke, hey, Brooke. Gentlemen, hope you're doing well. And you too, Brooke. Who are you guys thinking for the Bubble Boys? Look, we've talked a little bit about it, Brooke. You've got people like Oscar McDonald, who could come in with Shrek out, who's got a negative break-even of 74. You've got your Fonty, who did not, who did not set the world on fire, but he's 160, negative break-even of 11. In for Connor Stone at this stage, only 29, so that is pretty tough there. Sard, we've got at 155 with a break-even of 19, so it's not that low. But we've seen what he could actually do with a full game of 69, which is pretty fair and reasonable. Buse is the one that we don't know much about at 172, but we know he got that 95. First game of the season. Again, we've got the Box, who has a negative break-even of 46. If he starts against West Coast, it could mean good things. He was actually tagging Sam Walsh at times, so could be an option. There's a few off the top of my head. Brad, is there any that I'm missing just off the top of the noggin, mate, that we could be thinking?
Supercoach God's backstage as well. He just wanted you to know.
Oh, here is a great man. The round review is done. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you, mate. Again. Round review's done. Pretty psyched up. So, it's good.
As you would be, mate. Both of you, like with your round and with Brad's rank, and with the old fella sitting up the top here, just tell him, Brad. What's your rank, Brad?
77 overall.
Bloody hell, you're
This
still
guy.
in top 100. That's bloody elite.
This
know.
guy.
Mate,
Man.
I was happy with just halving my rank to 17k, and then you're over here with the big guns out, mate. Jesus Christ.
And it's not just like Supercoach, big guns, literally, as well.
Yeah.
Aren't they? You've seen them. Like, they're, you know, he's not small.
They're
He's a tough unit.
I know Spillsy.
Well, I was going to say that Spillsy gets a lot for the pipes, a lot of credit for the pipes, but our man Brad here, I tell you what, you should see him on a Shorty's goal kicking episode as well. Make sure you check out Shorty. I love Shorty's stories. He's great, man. But yeah, hopefully, Brooke, that's a bit of info on the Bubble Boys. TDK lowest projected in my team this week at 74. What the hell? What the hell? It means you're going pretty well, X, I think. But one thing I'd say, take those Supercoach goal projections with an absolute grain of salt. They can be so far off, it's not funny, particularly with the rookies, because when the rookies first come out, it's like 28. I was watching and looking at some of them like, surely not. But yeah, just always take that with a grain of salt. Chrissy Lambert, what is Brad's Twitter? Love the content here and appreciate you, Chris. Brad, give your socials a shout, man.
Yeah, all right. So my YouTube, first of all, is actually Supercoach Pro. You'll find my weekly reviews and live streams on there. But my Twitter itself is just Supercoach Pro 91. So yeah, that's my shout out. And yeah, we're up to about 700 subs at the moment. So hopefully that can keep going with the season we're having. So yeah, it's been good so far.
Hang on, I didn't realize 700.
I'm almost at 700 subs, I think. Yeah.
Do you know what? And I don't mean to say this in the right way. For anyone that's got less than 700, like awesome, all the rest. But for you, particularly great man, I'm going to call this beyond criminal. It's the Lockie Neal type score. It's old gold type areas that you do not have 1,000. I just assumed that you were at the 1K. So the 289 people that are here, please do yourself a favor, pause the stream, leave the stream for a sec, sub to this man. How it's only 700, it is bloody criminal. It is absolutely criminal. It's old gold areas, as I said. It is one scoop areas. If you're watching the potty the other night, it's disgraceful. Get this man to 1K. Get him to 1K. Please do it. And for anyone that does have Twitter, that does have socials, whatever, shout him out. Help him out here, because you're listening to me. I'm getting close to, I don't even know what it is these days. I think close to 7K. You're sitting with a bloke with 700 who's sitting in the top 100, who's a better looking man than me. Get on him, people. Jump off this stream and get on him. Absolutely ride the Supercoach town bike, as he's been called before. I think
it is an absolute disservice, isn't it?
It's not
ridiculous.
It is absolutely not right, mate. So, yeah, thanks for that, Chrissy. Good on you, Brad, as well, mate. AFL Gaming, hey, buddy. Thoughts on grabbing Sinclair and Tommy Green this week for SPP and Bias? Yeah, Sinclair, absolutely. How'd Tommy Green go? Did he have a good
125-ish?
He's a pod, isn't he, Tom Green, as well?
He's 2%.
So, yeah, AFL, go for it. Oh, is that you, Lockie? I think this might be Max's mate, Lockie, who lives up the road from me. If it is, Lockie, let us know, mate. Shout out to you, my friend. Much love, mate. And come for a shot of the basketball, mate. Lockie's old man actually owns a Red Rooster. So absolutely dropping a Red Rooster, people. Underrated is Red Rooster. Kev, love your channel, DR. Everyone, including the Panic Room boys, are great. Thanks to all of you. Appreciate you, mate. All the Swordplay crew. So that's including, obviously, the Professor Janath, my man Spillsy, Rossco, who's joined us this year as well, and the other three boys, Verns, Scobes, and JG, Joshy, have all officially joined the Swordplay crew. But we get great people who have their own channels, like Brad and Supercoach God as well, that have also come onto the streams and given their great knowledge and laugh and banter. So, yeah, appreciate you there. Lovely comment. Thanks, Kev. Rhino, sorry if this has been asked. Never apologise, mate, and answered. Where do we stand with Daniels? Or Caleb Daniel, I'm guessing, not Brent Daniels areas. Are we all, boys, just agreeing? So we've got 284 people at the moment. Unreal. Thanks, guys. Are we all agreeing that, and it's team dependent and all the rest, we are all comfortable trading out Caleb Daniel? So 2 thumbs up that we're comfortable, just as a first question.
Yep.
Beautiful. Second question, do we have to?
No. He's got Richmond this week.
He's got the Tigers, does he?
Yeah.
Is there a chance he gets dropped for Fisher or something? Shit, it's 121.
I reckon if you have 6 or 7 round 12
Yeah.
primos and Caleb Daniel is one of them, get rid of him immediately.
Bang.
That would be my advice, but don't take my advice as gospel. Take Pro's advice as gospel because he's doing a lot better than me.
Fuck, that break even, man. Like, if he does what he did this week, we're in trouble.
I think isn't he 9th overall scorer for total points in forward line, though?
He'd be close, Brad.
He's
Richmond, Collingwood, West Coast.
Yeah. He's got Richmond and West Coast 2 out of 3.
Oh, man. No, okay. I'm not going to say must. No, it's silly to say must. But
I do think if you have 6 or 7 before round 12, you probably have to trade out one of Chera or Daniel. That's what I'd say. You got to trade out one of them if you got both.
So potentially now, then, like both of them don't have great break evens. Saying.
Do you go now? Do you get a Sinclair, or maybe you go? Okay, I don't have a Petrarca yet. I don't have a Chad Warner. Maybe just get one of those. Get one of those in who are pretty much guaranteed to score more than him for the rest of the year.
And you make a good point because there's 269k to start with, so you've already made almost 200k on him as well, I suppose. And I've got an extra forward, so maybe I'll actually mess around with his money and put Warner or Petrarca in my forward line and just leave Daniel out and anti-pod him. And then, like you said, the buys, it frees you up a round 12 buy player that we're all heavy on.
I don't mind that. It's a big decision. It's a really big decision what you do this week.
Yep.
But again, it comes down to being very team dependent as well. It's very hard to give general advice, isn't it? Like, who else you got? Where are your other troubles? I'm Dave. Hey, Dave. Are we giving Flynn the flick? Yeah, I have. Jack has. Brad, giving Flinny the flick. Oh, you went Rowan instead, didn't you? Or did you get both or what? Or
I turned him into Warner.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So, yes, Dave. See you later, Flinny. Out like Flynn. Sard and Luke Jackson for Daniel. Clearly, I'm sticking with Sard and L Jackson for Daniel. Oh, Daniel and Cleary, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe that's Daniel and Cleary. Yeah, good on you, Theo. Jonas, Sunday VC Sherry into Gone 320 with the Boyd loop.
That's very. You got to be on. You got to be
tight on the
on there.
Absolutely. Like
and
Jonas is on the ball.
You've probably got to decide. Games go for probably 2.5 hours, so I think you have to decide, like, as the fourth quarter's starting, pretty much, whether you're going to take Sherry or Gorn.
Oh man, if you weren't as ballsy as I don't know if it's ballsy or whatever, but risky slightly as Jonas and had to choose one, who are we going for, boys? If you only have to choose one,
Sherry, he versus Richmond.
Sherry, who's gone? Who Melbourne got us, don't they? Big O. We've just seen what Sherry did on bloody Big O too. Do you know what?
Yeah,
I witnessed.
At the same time, surely Big O and Darcy Fort are somewhat restrictive, and that's just an outlier.
You'd hope. I remember watching Max live. I think it was at Marvel. Score like close to 200 against my boys. It was the weirdest feeling because I'm obviously chanting for Brisbane. Then Maxie would get a really nice contest. I'm going, go Max. And the people around me, like, what is this bloke doing? He's cheering for Maxie, but he's in the Lions gear. Oh, I don't mind almost doing it. But when you got like Captain Gorn as a backup, what do you take from Sherry? Is like 100 at 3/4 time good enough, or it's awkward?
Yeah,
it's
it is.
Very, very
I
awkward.
reckon if you have Sherry at 100 plus at 3/4 time, you just take the punts because What are you getting that last quarter? I think he got like an 80-point quarter or something
Oh,
stupid.
it was, yeah, the first half wasn't anything fantastic at all. And I'm
It was
thinking,
45 or 46 at halftime.
that's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. The guy, they absolutely killed it. Meek said it gone for CJC. Absolutely killed my week. 43, got to be kidding. Yeah, that's shattering, man. Jeno, hey, Shaggers. I rate that. Hey, Shaggers. I love rate that. Hey, Shaggers. Been weighing up where to go with the trades. Got 580K deciding between Rankin and the cement bag. Love it even more that you've used the cement bag. For anyone that doesn't know, that is Christian Potraka. I've always said Rankin over the cement bag. What do you blokes think? More love for the cement bag or Isaac? Both good picks.
Rankin at this point.
Yep. God, rank.
Yeah, I think it has to be. Based
There you
off,
go,
based
Jeno.
off what we've seen.
On your Shags. Mark, hey, buddy. How are you, man? Hey, guys, scored a 23.98. Solid. I'm a jinx my Bombers. Bought in Draper. Now, Hayes. Oh, mate. I remember, actually. I do remember your Draper trade because at the time you were thinking this is magnificent. Both went down. So Martin said to Sinclair. Well, mate, I'm getting Sinclair in this week. So the selfish part of me says, please go Martin, because you've been a little bit cursed there. But surely, mate, it's got to be one good out of three Essendon boys for you, mate. Nicky is the ultimate roller coaster, I think. But playing behind the ball is a fun own when you got Nick Martin. Jojo, is it too late for Zach Reid? Surely, boys. Like, surely, isn't it? Too late for Zach Reid?
Yeah. Mate, the thing is with him, he can drop a 50 at any point in time. Like, don't go near him.
Yeah, it's been a weird year. Like, would we be surprised to see him go another couple of hundreds and make more coin? But I couldn't recommend it. Sorry, mate. Joan, I'll be waiting on teams Bison Cleary out for Sinclair 129 rookie or Holmes and 160K. I suppose it depends on that quality of 129, doesn't it? But yeah, definitely rather Sinclair there. I think we'd all agree. All right, lads. Leo's asking Holmes or Jay Clark. I am a big Jordan Clark fan, so I'm going to say Clark. Brad, if you have to choose between the two, Holmes or Clark?
Yeah, I own Clark and he's in pods. I'd go away from the crowd because at some point you got to do something different. So Clark, he's a good player.
Nice. Jack?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Beautiful. Jay Clark, 3 out of 3 from us, mate. But Holmes, yeah, good selection. Super Pillock. Sorry, I butchered it. Sorry, mate. Can't get Reid on my field unless I downgrade Roberts. Holmes is D6. In this situation, would you actually downgrade? Or could you get Holmes into the midfield using some DPP just for now?
Yeah, you'd bring in Sardell Hooley in the midfield and then swap Holmes into the midfield and put Sard down back. That's how you do it.
This is why you're
get him up to 1,000. Seriously,
it is. I've said it's criminal. Why is this man on under 1,000? Please, Brad. When we're done tonight, mate, we're gonna do an absolute Twitter fury style, mate. We are going to get you to 1,000, mate. Before you know it, we're going hard because you deserve it, mate. But that's the type of advice that you need. Super.
Cheers.
Kyle, Buse had it, and this is the type of advice you need from Kyle. Colo, thank you very much, mate. Buse has had a finger injury until now. Hope that helps. Would expect him to stay in. That helps an absolute bunch, mate, because I've just praised everyone, and particularly Brad for his advice here. We've given donuts on Buse, so that is magnificent, mate. May speak to my man Shorty, maybe get on to M, former winner, lovely lady from a few years ago, big Geelong lady. And I've also got my man as well. Now, he's another one I need to give a shout to, Declan as well. Super Bro, got a great channel. He's a great Geelong man. So, yeah, we'll ask the best of the best there. Thanks, Kyle. Paulie, hey, lads, 380K in the bank, you bastard. Geez, people are going to be jealous about that one, Paulo. I'm poised well for this week. What do you reckon? Bison Flynn for Sinclair and Dunks, or Bice, Flynn, and Kako for Sinclair, Brayshaw, and Buse. I would go the first, boys, just because I think it's pretty risky going like using a boost for Buse. Do you guys feel differently to me? I'm going Bice and Flynn for Sinclair and Dunkley every day of the week here. Or you guys just want to get Brayshaw in? What the thoughts?
Option one, because like you don't want to really use the boost for Buse, and I don't know. You're sort of hoping that Brayshaw comes down eventually in price, but Sinclair and Dunkley should be fine as a combination. But Buse has only ever averaged about 40 or 50 in Supercoach. At 190k, I think it's a bit much. I think we'll find something. Even like I'm not saying go early, but those mid-season draft players are coming in a couple of weeks' time as well that are more juicy than the Buse type.
Oh, they could be saviors. When is that? Like, do you know, roughly?
Are we talking
like round 13, 14? I think
that's huge.
I thought it was earlier. Maybe I'm wrong.
It might be earlier.
Even if just around that time is huge for us, boys. Brad with the goods again there. Hopefully we get some quality. Thoughts on the pools of trading option? We've talked a little bit about it. I'm always of the thoughts, and I'm sure two boys are as well, that you try not to go early. You get another week's free data on the poo, and he's coming back from injury. I think it's too risky. Look, Rain Man went early on him, and was okay with that. I think it is best just to wait and get that data. Boys, are you the same? And again, team dependent, I think you could do it if you want to, if it unlocks other things. But generally speaking, Brad, you wait another week on the poo?
Well, I like the risk of going early because he plays West Coast, and even if he does get injured or something, his price won't drop. I look at it the other way with this guy because he's so injury prone. Even if he has a bad one or gets injured, at least you can still swap him. But the issue with his price is it's cheap enough just to go there anyway, and he's got a decent buy. So I don't really hate going early considering the rookies that we have this week. I wouldn't mind. If he drops, I don't know, say like a Ned Long, you're probably not making much money on it, but at least it gives you dual position as well. And at worst, it could be F7 or M9 sort of player.
That is good advice, mate. Opposite to what I'm thinking. God, settle us here. Go with Brad, whatever God says. But we're 50-50. God, what are you doing? Waiting or look? And Brad's not saying, I'm sure, like there's no issue in waiting. He said he's willing to do it, and yeah, go left field. What do you reckon, mate?
I'm not going to do it at all because of my team. I think I've got 5 round 13 buy players now, primos.
Oh, so you're loading up. Yeah, fair, mate.
I'm bringing Sinclair this week. For me, I don't think I can get a Philippou. I just don't think I'll fall too far behind in ranks if I do something like that. But
that's a good point.
If you're round 13 buy, I'd say if you have like maybe 4, if you have 4 or less primos, I'd still say wait a week. He played full-time forward pretty much. So, I don't know. He didn't get many CBAs, I don't think. So, I don't know the exact stats.
Sure.
But,
yeah.
I'd probably wait. And also, that's also a good point on Jack Steele. Like, will Jack Steele's CBAs potentially... Probably won't, but will his CBA, if you're looking at him, will his CBAs potentially drop a little bit because Philippou might slowly come into that midfield?
Love it. Is Flynn out?
Yeah.
We don't know if he's dropped yet, but we think he's a trade out, mate, for sure. Nick Dacos Glaze is Daniel must trade. Yeah, so hopefully we covered that in a little bit of detail, hopefully for you there, mate. Griff. Hughes had an injury pre-season, was meant to come back in round 4, took a bit longer. Thank you very much, mate. Really good info. Scorched gave away the cherry ripe and Turkish delights. Do you know what? Scorched, we can't agree on the old gold, and I promise you I love chocolate, but I'm with it. I don't do cherry ripes. I give Turkish delights straight to my mum because that's her favourite, and cherry ripes, Lisa loves a good cherry ripe. So I don't like them myself. I'm with you there. So at least we can agree on something. Jack, I didn't ask you, mate. Brad doesn't mind a good boost or a morrow from the favourites box. Now, you could win or lose a lot of respect here with your answer coming up.
I know.
What's your go-to? First hands in the favourites box. What type of
Well,
man
I don't
are
think
you?
they have him in the favourites boxes anymore. But I used to absolutely attack the dreams.
A white man? No, I think the Dreams are still in, or are they? It'd be
I
criminal
don't
if they
know.
went
But
white
that
chocolate.
if they're not still there, oh boy. I might lose respect. That's the thing.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
I thoroughly enjoy a Turkish delight.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
I
just,
do.
it's the texture. Look, no, I
No,
haven't
but I
lost
like
respect.
I reckon I like the texture. I reckon that it's the complete opposite of a cherry ripe, where the texture is absolutely atrocious. I reckon.
Oh, okay, bit of a cherry ripe drive. Yeah, look, my mum, and I love my mum more than anyone in the world, loves Turkish delight. So no disrespect, no respect. Sorry, lost there, mate. Dale, early trade thoughts right now are Bice and Saad to Daniel and Zorko. Oh, sorry. Bice to Al Halwi and Daniel to Zorko. Yep, nice, mate. Jacob, would you trade Caleb Daniel? Yes, we would, mate, at this stage. Happy to do that. Doing a mid-season draft right now. Accidentally let Flanders be my pick one. Oh, no. I didn't know you could do preseason drafts. That's cool. I didn't know that. But
I think you can do
boys,
them at any. I think you can do a draft at any time. Really.
I don't mind that actually. Got a little bit more data now and some players. I actually rate that, but I don't rate letting Flanders go to pick one. That's almost as bad as an old gold and having Chalky Neal as captain this week, isn't it? So, you've sorry, mate, you've stuffed up. I wish I could could say more than that. Oh, now, how much can I say about this? All right, Yaron, I've tried to send you an actual email, mate. So let us know what the best way to get onto you is, legend. You do this every week. You are too good. $31. I'm rounding up that 1 cent for a bat to Jack. You do this every week, mate, and you don't just do it for a bat for Jack. You do it for everything. Boys, just Brad, I guarantee that Yaron's subscribed and everything to you guys. He's that sort of man.
Yeah.
So, mate, I love this bloke. He's not just because he donates, he's just a champion, mate. Love you, Yaron. Thank you, mate. Hey to legends. Hey, yeah, I'd really appreciate if you could share your very quick thoughts on the too many mouths to feed theory that's floating around in regards to the Lions. Much love. Well done, Brad. And a shout out to Brad as well. Thanks, mate. Oh, look. When we say the too many mouths to feed, right? So it's for me, it's clearly that top four. So you've got your Neil, your Dunkley, your McCluggage, and your Will Ashcroft. You get your Rayner in there for little stints. You get your Zach Bailey in there for little stints, and then maybe a bit of sprinkle from somewhere else. The issue is this year with your Will Ashcrofts and your McCluggage really breaking out, and they've broken out previously, but really breaking out from a Supercoach sense. You've got your Dunkley there, who pretty much stays as that defensive type midfielder. Chalky Neal now at his age, and I think given the fact he's won a couple of Brownlows, won a premiership, he's now able or more willing to actually step back from being the main man. It's not the Lachie Neale Football Club. It's not like if Chalky has a bad game, the Lions have a bad game. The younger fellas can just take more responsibility now, and we're able as a team to be able to do that. We saw Lachie even spend a bit of time forward, for example, this game. So when it comes to the too many mouths to feed, if we go back to Lions historically before this year, I was looking at all the data. I think it was only twice since 2019 that two plus Lions averaged 100 for a whole season. But that was very much our team set up, the way that we move the football, our game plan. If you compared that to the Dogs team, and remember Prime and Peak Dogs, they had the Bont, Dunkley, McRae, your Libba was thrown in there. Even had your Baz, who may have gone 100 for a year. But I think let's just say I looked at 6 years data, I think at least 3 of those years, the Dogs literally had 4 players average 100 plus all together in the same year. It was like, it's absolutely crazy. They're different beasts there, though, as well. Your McRae is like peak, almost close to Gary Ablett, under Gary Ablett, but closer in the Supercoach perspective. That's nuts. So different team setups and structures, mate. And if you've got the stars there, can allow for 3, even 4 blokes from the same team to score 100 plus. Traditionally, the Lions just are not one of those teams. And I tried to deep dive. I can't exactly work it out. I think it's more of a talent type thing and the different roles within that midfield. But yeah, at the moment, I'm so confident that McCluggage doesn't get tagged much, that Ashcroft won't really get tagged, and Dunkley simply won't get tagged. So there's a lot of mouths to feed, but it seems like the other blokes are getting a bit more of a bite than Lockie Neal. He's just getting a nibble too often, mate. So I hope that gave you a little bit of info on the way that I see that with the lines set up. Boys, is there anything else that you can give to Yaron here? Anything you've observed about the Lions or anything that you noticed about any of the popular players in the midfield? Or
No, I think you're spot on with exactly what you said.
No, you go.
No, I was just going to say, I think he summed it up perfectly, unless you got something.
Well, last week when there was a lot of debate over Dawson or Dunkley. And I was urging everyone to go Dawson. Being a Dunkley owner, knowing how frustrating it can be, because you got all these other three midfielders getting all these scores, and then Dunkley had that stretch where he wasn't really scoring. So I was saying, look, Dawson, who's he got to compete with? He's got Rankin. That's about it. So just go with Dawson. Should come good. Proven wrong there off a 1 week sample size, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just they're all gonna average. They could all average at the moment. Are they all averaging 105 plus? Like
around the mark, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're doing it now. No reason they can't do it for the rest of the year.
And that's a good point you made as well. This is a 1 week sample size. There's so many people out there, I'm assuming, going, the 50-50 between your Dawson and Dunkley, I made the wrong decision. This week you have. Let's see what happens next week in the month's time. You can't call it a win or a loss until we've got some more data. So, yeah, don't be too down on yourself. Dawson made a fair bit of sense, I think, for lots of people. But hopefully that's helped you out a bit there, Yaron. Thanks, that buddy. Appreciate you, man. Yarn, love the stocky videos. They are my weekly watch. Appreciate you, mate. I wouldn't do them if nobody watched them, mate. So thanks, that Brad. D-Mac, a new member. Thank you very much for joining, mate. Please, if you got X or anything like that, mate, send me a DM. Get onto me with your email. I'll add you to the Google Drive, and I'll put notes and stuff up there, mate, week to week. So thank you very much, brother. Much appreciated, D-Mac. Welcome to the family. You're backstage. Geez, I've got a backlog here. Jeez. I try to go quick. I try my best to go quick. Don't give me chocolate unless it's Turkish Delight. So CJ is with you here, pro. All right, Marvelous Creations are top tier. You never know what you're going to get. A little bit of they are good. So I'll absolutely give you Marvelous Creations without a doubt there. Marsh, hey boys. And Brad was very happy with the Marshall this week. 490 to bring in someone on any line. Who should I target? CJ negative 38 break even. Shit, this is a pod. Actually, I've got him in draft, but Brad, anything?
I like a bit of a pod. Don't tempt me. If I see any more pod players like this, I'll probably do it for cash.
Brad's having a sniff at CJ. Look,
I'm having a look. So, okay, he's gone. His 3 good scores out of 6 games are 135, 132, which are the last 2 weeks. And then he got a 96 in round 2. All the others are 58, 75, 35. I don't know. Maybe
he's been out. Probably one of those injury game, maybe. So it could be a bit more meat on the bone than what it sounds like, just because he's only played 6.
Probably have to look at the heat maps to see if his role's changed at all.
Yeah, good advice. So, yeah, Marsh, check out the heat maps for Jath, but that's an interesting shout. Brad mentioned before and about the strategy of if there's no rookies, look for that, Rowan Marshall value type play strat there, where you're getting in someone at a higher price but still downgrading, making cash that way. It's a move that, at least take a look at. Modern, mate. Malice Jewel boosted Stone to Fonte for cover after Short was laid out. Season over. That's a tough one, isn't it, mate? But very long season to go, mate. Not at all season over for you. H, now this man is an absolute legend. H, can't remember the last time we had a chat on the phone, so absolutely need to do that this week. Lock it in, mate. Let me know 23-6-8. Feel like my season is slipping away. I think your rank's still pretty healthy, isn't it, H? But where H is so unlucky, it seems, is Cash League matchups. Like, everyone's just got the stars each week. Thoughts on Caleb Daniel? Don't like him too much, mate. You can hold if you want, but we would love to trade. Sinclair Holmes, Cam Rayner as well. Shout out to you, legend. Sinclair Holmes, you're all going Sinclair here, boys?
Yep.
Sinks, mate. Supercoach Locke, the legends keep coming on. Locke, you're also in our chat as well, mate. I've sent the link through there. Come and join us, mate, live one time, Locke. The invitation's open, dude. Chalky Neal will never captain my side again. Neither with me, mate. Never forgive him after that, Chalky. Never forgive him. Sorry, H. I just rub it in. I got your comment back there, mate. Didn't mean to that. Rookie coach, what a crew. The professional and the just woke up Holmes. The professional and the just woke up Holmes.
Oh, I think he's talking to me as professional, but we had a little side bet if Holmes went 130 or something like that, that God would have to put a Holmes display picture on his Twitter. And as it was, Holmes did what he needed to do and, yeah, made God his words this week. So he's got a nice little profile photo that suits him.
Absolutely love it. And I did mention before, there's some great Geelong supporters in the crew. Rookie coach is one of those blokes as well, and has joined us live many times over the last month or two. So shout out to you, mate.
Hey boys,
JRB.
I gotta go. I've got work at 6:30, so I better bloody have a nap. But
yeah, pitch off with your 2500 high 2500s, mate. Go piss off. Yeah. Sorry, mate. You were going to say something nice about this.
No, you know what? We'll leave that actually. No, I'll just say that we're coming for you, DR. We're coming for the Brizzy Lions, and you drew to North. We're going to beat them by 80. So
we'll
enjoy that.
Look, just do us a favour. Tell your boy Nicky D that Uber Primo to pull his finger out, can you? Please.
Yeah, I'll find out tomorrow. I work with one of his best mates, so I'll find out if that pec thing is anything to be concerned about.
Oh, you are a good man. Now, we know that you've got to 1,000 already, but you've just given us all the gold that we need there with the day cost selection. You need to announce this, mate, on your channel at some stage. So, where you're giving us a good oil, mate, just quickly go through the socials and the channel before we let you go, brother.
Yeah, just Supercoach God on Twitter and YouTube. Yeah,
nice and simple. No underscores nice and weird numbers and all the rest. Just
no
nice
if, buts, or maybes.
Love it, mate. Sweet dreams, brother. You'll be dreaming. Cheers, I wonder who you'll be dreaming about tonight, mate. Some wet Tristan Sherry dreams for me. See you later, mate. Bye.
See you, mate. Have a good one.
You too, brother. Brad, if you need to go as well, mate, we know that you actually have a life outside of Supercoach. Please don't feel pressured, mate, to stay on either, brother.
I'm on Arvo shift, so I'm all right. So I don't start till 3 p.m.
Oh, beautiful, mate. Beautiful. There's amazingly still about 250 people, over 250 people here. So tell you what, when we've got someone like you and Jack on, mate, giving the good oil, absolutely no surprise there. Daniel Short Cleary to Rosie Martin. Day Wicks. 4K left, unsure. Well, I don't mind the first two. Day Wicks. Do you know anything about Day Wicks apart from his debut game, Brad?
Again, this is sort of one I don't really hate because, like, if he's not named sub, he's basement price and he's got that forward and midfield DPP. So it's one you're sort of willing to risk it. He's probably the one rookie looking through it just before I'd actually go early on if he's not named as sub just because of that DPP. And if he does become a dead rookie, depending on your bench again, it's not the worst play in the world for him.
Yeah, there we go. Day Wicks, 99K with a 33. So look, we're desperate at the moment. He's bargain basement. So we've got to look at these type of picks. Anthony, hey buddy, Cooper Simpson as a rookie. What did Cooper Simpson do? I was hoping Cooper Simpson would be the sub so I could jump on Erasmus. -4 for break even. Played the one game for 53. So Look, Brad, have you got any info on Cooper Simpson? Obviously, Damo is from the footy mailbag, is the man to speak to anything Freo related, as well as Mini Monk. And we've got Dan Mashman, my brother, aka Freo Tragic. So they're the guys to go to for good oil there. But you know anything about Cooper Simpson, Brad? Or
Nah, sounds like a singer like Cody Simpson, but I've no idea about this bloke at all.
like the name, and got a Simpson in the background there, but it's not Cooper. Sorry, mate. Oh, here's one of my favorites ever. Ange, how are you, mate? FASD Warriors, please check this stuff out. She's just a brilliant human, is Ange, and a great supporter of all the channels. Hey, all and gents, Brad and God. I watched the After Dark replay today. That was hilarious. Double trouble upgrade here. Daniel Tatuk, love your pod there. Very underrated, giving you some nice hundreds there. And bias to Maxi Holmes. 78k left. Sub to Brad. Thank you, Ange. And I know that you already are. I know that you're a huge supporter of everyone, Ange. And I'm a huge supporter of all the work that you do, mate. Much love to you, Ange. One of the best out there, mate. Hope your little fella's doing well as well. Say big g'day to him from all of us as well there, mate. But, the Daniel Tatuk and bias to Holmes, Tukey, massive pod. So Ange is going that lone wolf move that you like, Brad, away from the pack. And then Maxi as well. Marsh, Boxman will be in and out of the side. Not a good pick. Could go out this week for Clark, Wood, Jones, Collett, Henry, or Butler. Yep, agree, mate. No job security there. Nick Dacos, hey, lads. Hope you had a good Supercoach week. Thoughts on Bice and Ned Long? Oh, I wish Brad was here for Ned Long. To Whitfield and Rook, or Sinclair and a Rook and bank 220k. Look, Whitfield and Sinclair, Brad, we've talked about this. Great selections there. Would you be trading out Ned Long at the moment, or is he one of those picks where you think you can just rely on him for a decent score most weeks and upgrade around him at this stage, mate?
I've got Ned Long in my side, so I'm actually faced with this same scenario.
Okay, here we go.
I'm getting rid of him, in my opinion, just because he scored a 65. I know he copped a corky, but yeah, I'd just go for Sinclair at this point.
Beautiful, mate. Excellent. And you heard it from someone that actually owns him. So all the best, man. CH O'Driscoll back this week. Noddy, I thought was pretty close last week. So we'll see what happens there, mate. That's more of a team sheet one. Rich, hey, man, just joined. What rooks are we looking at? We are absolutely struggling, Rich, is what I can say there, mate. Go back about half an hour. We quickly discussed a few, but we're looking at the McDonald's, the Sards, maybe Abuse, the Fonties, these types of players at the moment. But early on a day, Wicks, we're just not confident, mate. But yeah, absolutely get onto the stocking, mate. Jonas, Supercoach God, aka Morning Glory Holmes. He loves giving a little drive-by here, does Jonas. Ange, go on pods. Tuke hasn't gone under a ton yet. Absolutely, Ange. Newcomb went badly wrong. Richards went right. It's a toss-up, I guess. Yeah, Rossco, as we deal with Newcomb, Ange. Good signs there. He was in some good form. Big body, come up a good score. Day was out of the side. They needed a big body there. Nash out of the side as well. But, hey, they just don't always go right, unfortunately. Rich, got to hold Daniel. Some will have to, mate. Some will absolutely have to. Julie, thoughts on Daniel Short and Bice to Zeret, Whitfield, and Sard. I give that the big tick of approval. Brad, are you on that?
Yeah, I'm on that 100%.
Beautiful. Coops, boys, Broken North fan here, and I'm not going to try to play the victim here as a Lions man, mate. I can't deal with this hope anymore and not winning. Look, when you're feeling down about your football side, I want you to think about one man, and his name is George Wardlaw. He is a beast, and he just, for a young man, just puts his heart and soul into everything that he does. He's a shin boner. He'll stay with you. He'll sign long-term with you, blokes. He'll be a shin boner for life. I've just got that feeling about him. And he'll be an absolute gun of the competition if he can keep his body right. He just goes in that hard that, who knows, he might get banged up pretty early. But think of George Wardlaw and just smile, mate, because he's a superstar, that bloke, but bloody tough being a North fan. Mikey, thinking Newcomb and Daniels both non-keepers and Bice out. Sinclair, Holmes, both keepers, and Sard will leave 255k in the bank. That's good. Won't trade into around 13 Rock Music Cash and Flint to Bond. Brad, wouldn't it be nice to be able to make the trades that you want and then have 255k in the bank with this dearth of rookie upgrades. Jeez, would be nice, wouldn't it, mate? Are you planning, this week, strategy-wise, I know it's maybe ideal world type stuff. Are you planning on trying to leave some extra cash in the bank after trades this week in order to then go your next one? Or are you happy to leave $0 if it gets you to sort of where you need to go?
I'm fine with the $0 if it gets me into the Uber premium, but I don't really want to leave too much in the bank because you're leaving points off the field as well. So it's a little bit of a balance there for me.
Yep, love it, mate. Great advice. Jojo, Daniel was off 3/4 with a broken nose. I did see that, man. I'll have to check out his tog as well. Inesh, remember the chat. Hey, man, who is this God guy? He's an absolute legend, mate. He's Jack. Last time at the Supercoach function, I had a few. I had a few beers. Let's just say that much. And this is a man along with Damon who booked me the Uber. I think there were a couple of Ubers that came to collect my best mate Brent and I. They took a look at us and then decided to keep driving. So he's a great man. He's a great human. Thoughts on Crispy? Yeah, we quickly talked about him, mate. Haven't seen it from him apart from a couple of hundreds and maybe a really rapid cash play, but as a midfielder, it's pretty tough. Coops, Bice, Flynn, and Daniel for Sinclair, Horny, and Sard. Yes, I'll tick that off. You ticking that one off, Brad?
Yeah, I'll tick that off.
Ange. Oh, and I do have Big Maxi. You show off, Ange. 4 round 12 by Primos. Only here as well. Hoping to launch. Have Sinclair, have Zorko, have Shees, have Whitfield, have Dunks. If they've just pop off all at once. That's a great point you make, Ange, as well, is that we've got these players that 1 week, like we see dicuss go 170, then all the way down. And there may be reasons for that with the peck and all the rest, but they're so hard to rely on, apart from some of these big rucks at the moment, aren't they?
Yep.
Big Ocker. Hey, Big Ock. Daniel out for Nick Martin. With Connor Stone already in, back bench to swing, especially during the buys. Oh, Nick Martin. He's going to be one of those players that you love 1 week and hate. Behind the ball, I really like him. Would you give that the tick of approval, mate? Daniel out for Nick Martin? Or is it too sideways-ish?
Too sideways because Nick Martin can also drop 50s like Daniel just did. So for me, I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Daniel out for someone potentially more reliable, I don't mind. But, yeah, Nicky Martin, very up and down. But we'll have his good weeks. Sherry at the MCG, beautiful, mate. Less travel. Good point, buddy. Nazor Sinclair, we answered this one before. Brad and I both said that we're probably looking at history and runs on the board and going with Jack Sinclair and taking in value to account. But at the same time, Nas is, a brilliant option. PC, thoughts on Bice, Daniel and Flynn to Sinclair even track an early on Philippou. Well, Sinclair and Track are 2 keepers for mine. None of the 3 are keepers. So getting 2 keepers in and that pod sort of cash play. So I think you could go there. Brad, are you tipping this? Yep, we like it. Very good, mate. Outside the box, PC. Puffer, lads, amongst the rookie crisis is Sheldrick on watch. Someone mentioned that before, I think in the comments, plays, or it might have been on Twitter. Plays Friday night so you can get a look, see if he's a sub. If not, against Carlton at 166, a juicy cash gen option. I suppose the main issue for me is the fact that he has been the sub.
Yeah.
Brad, would you agree at least at the bare minimum he's worth a watch and just to track to see if he's a sub or not, mate?
Yeah, worth it. But I think a lot of people go early on these Thursday, Friday night players because they're scared there won't be any rookies on the team sheets Friday at 5 p.m. So if he's already been sub, like you've said, you just don't go there. It's too risky for me.
Yeah, good point. I had to go early on the box. I wish that I had time to see what was the go with Sard. So, yeah, that's tough. But, yeah. See how you go with Sheldrick, mate. Carl Amon pod. Look, definitely a pod. Definitely a pod. One that I've got in Supercoach draft. Brad, any thoughts on Amon, mate?
Yeah, I like him as a pod. I don't think he scored that well this week. I was thinking about 490k players, though, that we got the question before. The one for value, like Steele's been mentioned, but there's Pete Ling, and then there's also Sicily. They're the 3 players that come to mind that are like value picks.
Sistog, 479 at 52. Yeah. Nice couple of weeks. So I'll go right from the start. 92, 109, 99, 82, 102, 74, 75, 111, 121. Do you know what? The 74, 75, apart from that, the floor hasn't been too bad. 180, almost a ton. That's a great shout, Brad. At 479K. What's Bailey Dale at? Oh, he's gone up to 494 with a 41. Start of the year, 121, 141. Then 81, 110. Then you see this 68, 70 from time to time with Dale, but then you can see the 124s, 125. Geez, a few options with value this week defensive-wise, isn't there, mate?
Jack Steele's my favourite pod this week for value, though. Like, I've looked in him last week and, yeah, didn't go there.
Jack Steele. Oh, Steele side bottom. Oh, just Steele side bottom. Hasn't he been playing well for his age? 66 for the break even. Mm-hmm. Playing West Coast, if you don't mind. Gold Coast, Melbourne. 80, 106, 80, 46 low, but then 107, 117, 111. Under 500K, Brad, captain, and former primo of the past, former burn man of the past for many, but could be a selection under 500K for those that want someone that has potential, risk, but a good buy as well. Love it, mate. Puffer, might need a forward rook this week. Thoughts on going early on Archer Day Wicks? I think we would have covered this by the time we put the question in, mate. So, yeah, you can definitely have a look, but, yeah, it's so hard to say at the moment, man. Dave, Sinclair, Whitfield, Cheezel, Dale, Clark, and Zorko down back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn, that's a nice back line, mate. With Smith, Horney, the Chad, McRae, Marrick, and Daniel up forward, with Reed in the flex. Also have Holmes in the mid. 0 cash left. Geez, got some good players over there, Dave. Well done. Oh, here we go. Stars Cats. I'm guessing a Cats man here. Bu's got a full game from Al Humphreys being out with concussion and also having Henry, Stewart, and Collar out. Might be a risky choice. Love your stuff, DR. Thank you very much, mate. That is fantastic info. It's good to get a bit of context on what the injury was, which we've got. But also why he may have got more of a full game here with that concussion. And there are a few blokes that are out of the side. Stewart's one I didn't even think of. Is he ever going to come back, Stewart? But magnificent there. Thank you very much for the info, mate. Really appreciate that, bro. Rhino White, I subbed Supercoach pro after last night. You are a good man, Rhino. Thank you very much, mate. Great to have Brad Holmes here. Played well today. Oh, sorry, it's great to have Brad Holmes here. He played well today. It's great to have Brad and Holmes in your side, mate, isn't it? Well done, mate.
He's calling God Holmes, so nicknamed Supercoach God Holmes. Yeah.
Okay, because he's actually not here now. Could have made that connection. He was still here. Love it, Rhino. CEO, hey fellas, I'm in a comfy spot trading Cleary, Kako and Bias for Holmes, Clark, and Boxall. Nice. 1 boost left, 18 trades, 4 rookies on field. Sherry to Daniel to go before the round 12. Bye. Nice even spot, mate. Well done. Jonas, DR, the race to 1,000 subs is on. Supercoach Crow 706 versus Rookie Coach, a.k.a. the Reverse Cowboy 792. Well, we are all friends here, but a little bit of friendly competition. Let's go. They both should be in 1,000 anyway. Who's a Rook of the Week? If only we knew, mate. Stocky, check it out. Mid-season draft is 28th of May, day before round 12. You're a great man, Birdman. So around the mark there, Brad, nice one, mate. This could be what we need. Is it worth just waiting, Brad? And
I've got a good one for you. So DR, how I play the buyers is we just need downgrades, and like let's say round 12 comes by, you only need these guys to play 1 or 2 games. So you go early, you bring them in, they're 99K or they're pretty much basement. You don't really need anything else but for them to play the buyers. You don't worry about the job security. You just hope they get to 3 or 4 games. You go early on them, and you just got a warm body. So that's what I'm not concerned about. We just hope that they don't get dropped during the next week or 2.
Great advice, mate. And you're absolutely right there. We just need to get through, don't we, some of those tough weeks. And, they could be a godsend. So thanks for that, Birdman. Appreciate the info there, mate. Mark, on the rookies, could we trust Brad Scott to keep Archer Day Wicks in for the next couple of weeks on the Bombers side? If only we know, mate. If only we know. Yeah, I'd love to know myself. Jonas, Rookie's getting a bit of a laugh there. Rookie's watching, I think, at the moment. So, yeah, make sure you sub to these great men. Jace, Flynn and Kako for Whitfield and Omac, or Flynn and Bice for Sherry and Omac. Scary not owning Sherry. Sherry? Are we going Sherry just in? Like, either way, like, Jace, you're getting a gun in. You're getting a gun in. And they're different positions, but I suppose what I would say is that Sherry is the one that's hurting you more at the moment. Do you think that's fair enough there, Brad?
Yeah, it's bang on. That's why I need to sort of go for that player, because before last week he was 70% in the top 1% owned. So yeah, he's a big inky pod, and it's not because I was doing it on purpose.
Anth, 2582 lads. Get up and about, Ant. Well done, mate. CJC, is Mika hold? Had 2 stinkers in the row. Could have kept Flynn into R2 for an extra week. Meek. Lloydie. Let's have a look at just the numbers quickly. Fuck, 207.
Yeah.
Oh, mate. The trouble is, Brad, like 126, 78, 90, but 118, 105, 113, 161, 73, 43. If we didn't have Sherry and Gorn, you could almost say wait it out, couldn't you? But what do you reckon, man?
He's not going to play Gorn and Nankervis anytime soon, is he? Again? If you scroll down.
What do we got, mate? Sorry. Oh, he's got Wits this week. Big O. He's got Gorn round 23.
Yeah. That's a worry. You probably want Cherry and Gorn, and then there's nothing after that. There's like 10 points difference every week if you don't have those guys. Minimal.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tough one, mate. I do feel for Meek owners. And keep Flynn into R2 for an extra week. Had 2 stinkers in a row. Could I keep Flynn? Look, he's got a highest break even, mate. Flynn, I think.
He looks so bad, DR. Flynn was only good because in the last quarter he played well. I'm surprised if he gets in the team still with BJ Williams.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, move him, mate. Get rid of him, particularly R2. Oh, that Meek and Flynn, that's a tough ruck line, isn't it, Brad? That's a tough ruck line to have at the moment.
You could just combine. Has he got him in one in flex and one in R2? Because if he's got that, you could just combine them into Cherry and then a rookie.
I like that. I would actually do that. I would fully do that, Brad. God likes his jelly with the Turkish delights. Absolutely. No Josh Kelly this year. $5 huge bag of fruit Mentos from the reject shop. I like that, mate. Mentos, you can't go wrong. Broke my tooth on Mentos and I've never gone back, though. King Sherry, it's ideally named this week, 25-6-7 with Neil. With Neil captain. Jeez, man, if you had your boys captain, you're going close to the weekly there, mate. Rookie Omac could be the one this week if recalled with Shrek out. Yep, absolutely, man. Jono, Sinclair or Dunks? Sinclair being my 7th defender would have to play him rest of the season. In saying that, mate, you don't necessarily know that you have to play him for the rest of the season in mid because you could get a defensive injury. You've got, I don't know who's in your flex, so you don't have to. But the way that I look at this is I'm much more confident that Sinclair is a top-line defender. I think Dunks will be in the top 8, probably mids, but not guaranteed top line. So I go Sinclair. Brad, do you go different there, mate? Sinclair or Dunks?
Sinclair still.
Beautiful, mate. CJ sees a bit of chocolate talk going on tonight. Cherry ripes are no good, but a sherry ripe this week. Now that's something absolutely and well said, my friend. Where's the spin? Hey, DR. 2687, much better this week. Hope you've been well. 268. Oh, no, it was like a 27, wasn't it, the weekly? I can't believe that poor old spin didn't get the weekly with a 2687. That's huge. Yaron, much appreciated, DR. Mate, you don't need to thank me. I appreciate you and the whole community appreciates you, and Jack does as well, mate. Let me tell you about that. Marky Level, DR, Brad, God. I'm a Violet Crumble with a picnic back up. Mark, respect gone up. love a violet crumble too, mate. And even better, I've found I had a violet crumble ice cream the other day as well. That was quality and had it actually in the tub. Lise must have got them on special. I only get the good ice cream when it's on special, but absolutely with you there, mate. And a picnic backup. Yeah, love that, mate. You're not a nut for that. Brad, violet crumble, mate, you're a fan?
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Yep, nice. Old school as well. Yeah, and I don't encourage cigarette smoking. It's a health hazard, just to be clear, but I love the pick. Good on you, mate. You are an absolute gem and a superstar of this community. God, did you actually put in a complaint? I don't know what that was about. Sorry, mate. Sipped out. Hey, lads, Sophie already covered, but I'm late. What do we think, RE? Daniel, probably covered that by now, mate. Very happy to trade, but I guess hold if you can. Hippo Supercoach, 3 kings. I tell you what, Hippo, I don't know if you're here. I've never done anything with you, man. I'm following you on X, aren't I? Hippo, if you're still here, mate, this is just an invite. I'm going to send you the link to the stream here to join us live if you want. There is no pressure, whatever. The trouble is I'm getting 2 fit, good-looking units in here, and you've got the old DR skeleton man up the top here. So you're going to make me look terrible. But, Hip, I'm going to send you a message now, man. And if you're still with us, brother, because I don't know how long that why can't I find you? I'm literally following you, mate, on Hippo. If you're on, I know I'm following you on Twitter. Why can't I find you? Send us a message, or Brad, have you got Hippo on Twitter like really easy to access there?
He's working. He's watching it now, but he's working. So
he's working. I won't worry about it there, mate. But Hip, we'll work out, mate. Join us for a live, mate. Send us a DM. I'll follow you on Twitter. I just couldn't find you in the search there, man. But send us a DM, mate, and we will jump on live together, man. Because you've had a ripper season as well, brother. I have been following you, mate. Rookie, little shout out to Peteling, who looks to benefit from Crouch out more. I was all over Pete in the pre-season. Were you a Peteling pre-season owner, Brad? Did you sort of float Pete in your side for a bit pre-season?
Yeah, I had him in pre-season, then round 1 I bailed out of that.
Yeah, me too, mate. Yeah, Puffer, we don't know. There's a lot of questions in the air about Jed Buse. Bailey Dale, Luke Ryan. Luke Ryan, a big pod. I'd probably go Dale. Would you have a choice? Dale? Yep. Daywick's job security. Oh, we've both got no real idea about that. Sorry, mate. But Joey, great estimate. Heaps of great estimate people out there. Spillsy, heaps of them out there. So we'll ask the best of the best about that one. G'day, guys. Final boost for me. It's always a nervy one, isn't it, Caleb? I've got 1 in the bank. But in saying that, I left 1 in the bank a couple of seasons ago, and it was a terrible feeling. But we'll do it. Cheers to you. Chat in the weekend. Absolutely, H. Geez, how far away am I on the comments? I thought I was going bloody quickly through here. Jack still with that draw. Yeah, well, Brady's with you there, mate. There's a bit of a pod selection this week. Also, isn't it Supercoach God because he looks like Timo? He's confident. Darcy Cameron. Look, my initial thing with Darcy Cameron is that you've got Gorn and Sherry, and then probably Rowan as that different value type. So I just wouldn't even consider a Darcy Cameron. I just think it's so important to try to get the 2 big boys in. Is Cameron still someone that you would look at, Brad, or are you just like tunnel vision? Let's just go for your Gorn and your Sherry if we're getting any rucks in, apart from maybe a Rowan play, maybe.
Yeah, only those 3. Literally, it's Marshall at the price of 500k, or it's Gorn and Sherry for your VC and C. The other guys are just going to get burnt every week by 30 points. I've already seen that at the moment.
Yep, agree, mate. And talking about getting burnt, we got burners here. Hey, mate, ranked 262 now. Well done. The difference being the difference a different captain makes. Gorn would have been around the 160 rank. Huge, mate. Huge for me. Chalky over Brayshaw. Huge. Thoughts on Ed Richards? Yeah, we talked about him a little bit the other day. Beanie is that top pod type pick, and I think he's actually been scoring all right.
I've got him
in the Brad. I won't talk anymore. He was going to be my weapon, man. I was so on him, and then that preseason calf injury just scared me off. So I was spewing on myself. Tell us about how it's been owning him, and as a pod pick, is he someone that you'd generally recommend having a look at, mate?
Well, yeah, he's been unreal. Like, I'd say he's almost the best player in the competition, just the eye test. Like, he's gone The worst scores he's done is 76, 93, 97. After that, he's gone 105, 113, 119, 119, a 127, and a 156. Yeah.
Oh,
He's huge. He's even up there with Libba. On total points at the moment, he's overall 13th rank in total points.
that is magnificent. That is magnificent. Well, there you go. You heard it from one of the best of the best. Eddie, a lovely pod. Good on you, Beanie. Shauno, Jay Clark or Holmes? I think I might have gone through this. I'm Jordan Clark fan. Brad?
I've got
Same.
Clark.
Beautiful. Caleb, g'day, guys. Big final boost for me here. The Bald King, Daniel, and Davidson out. How do we rate Baz? I don't know too many people that still haven't got Baz. Philippou and Rookie or Baz, Marek, Rookie. I'd much rather go, but you're paying up, aren't you? I'm much more confident in Marek, but what are you doing, man, in this situation? I'm still going probably Marek, Baz, and Rookie. Are you going the same or are you getting Poo?
Second option, because I'm pretty sure Marek's about top 10 forward at the moment on average.
He'd have to be close to, wouldn't he? Yeah, with you, man. Leo, reckon Husway keeps his spot and avoids the vest? I've got no idea, mate. I've got no idea with rookies these days. Brad, have you got a better idea than me?
I reckon he's done. You don't get subbed out at halftime and play next week.
Don't tell me that. Oh, Brad, I wanted good news, man. I wanted good news, but
yeah.
I'll tell you what. Thanks, guys. Awesome. No probs at all, mate. Oh, here we are. Scoopy. Oh, do you know what? I could have posted the link here. Hang on. All right, we'll get Scoops on for a quick chat. Hang on. What do I do here? Right, copy. And for anyone else, feel free to jump on. The original idea behind all this was we'd get a heap of not just content creators on, but anyone that wants to join on, like Talkback radio type thing. So anyone ever wants to do that, more than okay. Go on, Scoopsy. Are we keeping Flynn past this week? If his name's no, we want to get rid of him, mate, if possible. Trainer the Sard, bias up to Clark. Yes. Then unsure if I should keep Daniel or do a different trade in. Daniel to Blitzers. Man, that's a pod. Do you know anything about Blitzers, bro?
You'd go SDK maybe if he was getting ruck hit outs, but I didn't really watch that game heavily, but not Blitz. No way.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Oh, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another man that has just joined us backstage. It's not Scoops. Actually. It is a man that has a fantastic Supercoach channel himself, one of the biggest entertainers out there. It's Supercoach Lock. Thank you very much for joining us, mate. We know that you were watching before, but great to have you on live. Great, man.
Thanks very much for letting me join. And happy to talk to Supercoach. Scored 24 on dot this week with Chalky Neal as captain. Not happy. Never captain again.
You poor bugger. I'm with you. Well, we've asked everyone tonight, mate, and it's not the usual question that we go with Supercoach, but we've been talking that Cadbury favourites box.
Yep.
What's your go-to, mate, when you stick the hand in there? We've had some controversial answers, I think, tonight. A lot of respect gained or lost here, Lock. Yep. Where are you going?
I like a crunchy myself. Don't like
first time crunchy. Nice.
Don't think I've ever seen a Morrow bar anywhere that I could buy, but yeah, I've only ever seen him in the Cadbury box.
It's true, isn't it, mate? Now, very weird because no one needs to get Supercoach questions. I don't know why I'm on this tonight. It's all about Chalky Neal theme. With a crunchy, man, have you noticed that one side, when you go to bite off just the chocolate, it's really hard to, and the other side's that softer, nice operating area type thing? Do you actually, are you a side biter, or do you just go from the front and just go down the middle, mate?
I just go down the front, down the middle, get that tongue on the honeycomb and just melts in your mouth.
No mucking around, mate. I'm just one of those ones that picks around the area and people get annoyed for some reason. I'm like, let me just have my crunchy my own way. But great to have you on, brother. And right on the dot this week, solid, mate, 2,400. Lock, I'm going to throw this one to you. I've got no idea because I don't. Jax is asking thoughts on Delana from GWS. You got any ideas, mate? I don't know.
First game came in. Was he a late in? I'm not sure. Was he? I think he was the sub. I think for GWS. I'm not even sure what position he is.
Oh, you man, couldn't even
Let's
tell
have
you.
a look.
While Locke's doing that, Brad, do you have any idea?
I'm pretty sure he scored like a 26 in his first game, if it's the player I'm thinking about, but I'm not really interested in this guy. I'd rather almost take a punt on Wicks.
Oh no, he's
Sure.
this was his second game, and he scored a 37 today, and he's a 99k mid.
What was his
Shit.
first score?
There you go.
First score. Where am I? Let's have a look. So 37 today. He's got a break even of -4. And his first score. Oh, why can't I find it? Stats.
If you can avoid a sub-vest, it might be a shout.
Against Sydney, he scored 26.
Come on, Locke. Where's the good news, Locke? Where's the good news, my friend? Geez. Well, Jax. Sorry, mate. That's all we got. Jonas, Hippo, Zach went large in a 141. Beautiful. That's why I got to have the great man on. Hippo. I've never actually done a vid with Hip, so yeah, looking forward to doing that. Move on Bice or Daniel this week, lads. All right, boys. If you have to move on one, I am moving on Bice. Lock.
Yeah. I'm probably moving on Bice. I actually moved on from Bice this week and allowed me to go Flynn to Cherry. So pretty happy with that. I've seen a lot of people over the last couple of weeks like, oh, do we need to move out Daniel? And I was like, no, you hold him. But like after today, I'm like, maybe. I'm thinking about
Absolutely. I'm with you, mate. Absolutely with you after this week. Puffer, you might crucify me for this, but thoughts on the Vicentini bloke, 98. Look, sorry, there's more of this. Tough opponent in Rolly O'Brien. Catch this week than Luke Jackson. Problem is he has around 12 bite. I just wouldn't be doing it. We've talked about it, Brad and I. Locke, are you just completely against the Vicentini move, or is there a word where you do it? Or?
I wouldn't be doing that, no. How much is he? Is he...
248.
He's not rookie price, is he? Yeah, no, definitely wouldn't be going there.
No go. D-Mac, the more I look, I think Bice, Daniel and Flint to Sinclair, Martin, Horn, Francis pick up a rook when the teams drop. So 3 that are not keepers, 3 that are keepers. I can't really deny that, boys. Are you checking that off, fellas?
Yeah, I'd go Sinclair, Horn, Francis, and the rookie. I wouldn't go Sinclair and Martin and the rookie. That's all.
You're happy to do that, yeah? Locke, you're nodding with that. Would you do the same thing?
Yep, I'd do the same thing. Yep.
Beautiful on you, D-Mac. The King, Daniel and Bice to Sard and any Primo under 735. I don't want to move on Daniel, but have 6 round 12 plays in the side. Yeah, lots of people be in that position as well. Heaps of spend in the bank, mate. Promolder, Laylor, Pryor, and Daniel to Sard, Sinclair, and Whitfield. Love that. Is Pryor got more? Oh, look, probably even if he has got a bit more meat on the bone, you probably still do that. But he's good. Oh, he's got break even of 30.
You'd do it. You'd send it.
I'm still happy. Yeah, I'm still happy. Go for it, mate. Because you got Sard who's going to be making coin as well. Ange, best of luck in Europa League final. I don't know much. I'm guessing that's soccer or something. I don't know. Sorry, I know nothing about soccer, man. Nothing about soccer. Sorry, private chat. Oh, sorry, Scoopsy. Scoopsy is here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to get this man to the stage because he said he's only got a few minutes here. I'm just going to go to media assets. Oh, that doesn't make a difference, does it? Scoopsy, are you with us, friend? Are you with us?
It's going to be a draw. It's unbelievable. What happened?
Mate, I need to give my boys a drive by myself because it was
they
shocking.
jinxed you.
It was shocking, mate. Chalky Neal in the bin.
I had a good score. I'm looking at you. This is your team right on the screen. I've scored very similar to you, if not a tad more. But it's it's a disappointing round. Fun fact, you get an exclusive here. Now, not one. My highest scoring midfielder scored 104, and only 2 of them got over 100, which is Sarong, and I think it was Cripps, 102. The rest, and most of them are all premiums, by the way, bar Levi Ashcroft, all shit the bed under 100, yet I still scored just under 2,500.
Jeez, imagine if all these other blokes fired Scoops.
If Oliver decided to pull his finger out of his ass and Will Ashcroft decided to score a bit better and Lockie Neal decided to turn up not once every 3 weeks like Zorko has in the past, since I brought him in, of course, which was great today, though, Zorko, the magician. But, yeah, it's frustrating. If they added, realistically, some players an extra 50 points and some others about 30, you add that times 6 players, that's at least 180 points right there, bare minimum. So, yeah, very triggered by those so-called premiums, eh?
100%. Now, tell us about your Saints. Brad brought in Romo. Very happy man. You think Romo's back in form now, mate? Looking good for a big end to the year?
It's nice to potentially be lining up against his potential new teammate next year, TDK. Is he back? Well, I mean, he's scored two over 100 the last 2 weeks, I think, and then he had a 90, 80 range a week or two before. I did see last week, I haven't looked at his price. It's in the 460 range, wasn't it, before this week?
I think so.
500k, I think.
Oh, 500.
400.
No, it's 500 now.
500 now, yeah. So that's very interesting. Yeah, Liam O'Connell, sorry, DR, he came back last week.
No, look, I'm happy, mate. I am absolutely happy because he's starting
out of nowhere.
Question is,
he played okay.
Yeah, do you see him actually holding his spots, or what are your? I know that maybe very early on the week to ask, but do you see any really obvious changes to the Saints lineup? The one that look, the Saints are a massive team this week, Supercoach wise, because we've still got Romo, Jack Sinclair, massive, Mateus,
yes,
second game, we've got Box, who is coming onto the bubble now. And we've even got Liam O'Connell. So Saints, massively relevant Scoops. Can you give us a little bit of info or your thoughts on some of those blokes that we just mentioned?
Yeah, well, the train has arrived at the G on Friday night. Express. What 2 great goals from my man, Mateus. The Filippo train has landed back. But yeah, Filippo, I actually, AFL Fantasy was actually put him in just a bit of a gamble. He got 76, I think. So, and he only played permanent forward, and Rossity will get back into the midfield very soon. Collard should go out. Zach Jones kicked 3 in 30 on the weekend too, so he will be a good chance to come back. Yeah. Yes, my man Zachy Jones. And then Mason Wood should be back from concussion. He didn't play the last 2 games now. He just fell short. He had to get through training Wednesday, and they said in the article when they made the team that he didn't get through it. So I'm assuming he'll definitely be back this week. Collard played VFL after playing 15 minutes and not getting a touch. How he gets the game is beyond me. He'd definitely be dropped, or should be dropped. Otherwise, more questions will be asked. So Collard should go out. And who was the other one? Shit. Well, O'Connell would have been one of the others. There was another one. I'm going to have to look who it is. But, yeah, Mason Wood should will probably be the first in automatically no matter who goes out. Trav, don't be fooled by his VFL stats. He turned it over a fair bit and didn't make the greatest of decisions, so he might not get in. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything lines up.
Is there a Steele back? Oh, sorry. Go with Steele back. Brad wants to know. Do we get in your captain?
Nope. No. He's playing solid though, Steely. Again, it would depend on his price and how much you're like. I'm always one that doesn't like trading out my what do you call it? Your money you've left over, like your upgrade money, I call it. You don't want to ruin your upgrade money. Say if you had Oliver and went to Steele, I'm assuming they're about 50 to 70k different. I wouldn't waste an upgrade on that. But then again, I'm probably not going as good as some of you, but I'm top 9% again. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know about Steely to be in, unless what is his price? That'll probably make the answer easier.
497 Scoops. He's under 500k. 497.
Well, I mean, he's going better than Oliver. So if you were going to, that actually probably wouldn't be the dumbest move for Oliver was. So Oliver's definitely not cracking hundreds at the moment. Steele is all over the place with the scoring. Like 1 week's 100, then might be a 70. But at this point, I probably would rather that than what Oliver's doing because he's pissing me off. So it's Steely. Is he back? He's going under the radar. His numbers are decent, but I just don't think he's impacting as much. But I mean, Supercoach doesn't really matter for that. So at that price, actually, it'd be a better chance than not. O'Connor would have been the other one. I'm looking at Hugh Boxall. Could be a potential to go out, not definitely, but would be a contender.
Yeah.
So
that's
box.
tough. Huey Boxall, the box. We want to win Scoops because I went.
I brought him in.
Yeah, well, there's both of us.
What about all those rookies scoring in the 30s? Give me the shit. Hustwaite subbed off. I hate Sam Mitchell again. Absolute arsehole. And then who's the other one? There was another player that scored in the 30s. Someone should know.
Cleary did?
Yeah, Cleary, far out. Yeah. And the man I talked about last time I was on here with Ben Patton, he... it's frustrating. Next saying, I never thought he was a good player at all. And then I put him in Supercoach because everyone did, and he was a defender forward. Then I keep him for all this time he was out, and then he comes back. Does okay last week, gets subbed off ridiculously. Then this week, shits the bed and gets subbed off again. So, these fringe player rookies are pissing me off. And, well, Hustwaite wasn't a fringe player. What did you think of that, though? You normally don't see a sub at halftime at all, let alone when you're either winning by a point or basically even, right? I thought that was a bit bizarre. And considering your sub was Bailey McDonald, not Luke Bruce, it makes even less sense as to why they pulled that move. And Bailey McDonald probably shouldn't even get in the game. So I find that a bit odd.
Yeah.
Weird.
I'm hoping that Hustler can do a Hugo Garcia, another one of your boys.
Yes.
Off at halftime, cops a spray from Ross, and comes out and smashes them next week. Hopefully, Hustler can do that.
I hope so. But the only problem is they've ruined the break evens now. Like, I know he's -9, but now he's probably going to have to pull out an 80 or 90 to rejuvenate that in a way. And the same for Cleary's and Boxall's. Levi Ashcroft, I thought, was doing solid. He's 50, I think, now. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass now with some of these players. And Zach Reed, how many times did I want to get rid of him for last 3 weeks? And I have to keep keeping him now. That's
D6.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Lock, are you an owner, Lock? You're a Zach
I
Reed
am an owner, yes.
Life is good with Zach Reed, isn't it? Seriously.
Insane.
But everyone, there's your info on the Sainers, boys. We touch on O'Connell, your box. Don't know about Steely Boy just yet. Mateus is back. Trainers are right. Scoops has said. So that's where you get your St Kilda info. Scoops, I know that you said you've only got a few minutes, mate. So
that's all right.
I'm not going to keep you, mate. But what's something you can leave us with, mate? What sort of wisdom or words? Like, what are you going to leave us with, Scoops? You're going to give someone a bang, a drive by, or what, Scoops? Give us something to leave with, mate, before we let you go, legend.
Yeah, sure. Well, two-part. One's more of a news thing, an actual news exclusive for you. I actually just posted about 20 minutes ago, so it's pretty fresh and hot off the press. Not major injury news, but disappointing for Gold Coast fans. Will Graham, obviously, at the end of the game, obviously hurt his shoulder, and that was very courageous. They could have lost that had he not done that effort. I don't know who the Bulldogs player was now, but he had that incident where his shoulder looked like it was screwed, and then he kept going and held it in. And then he's been sent home. He'll very likely have shoulder surgery, and if he doesn't, they still expect him to be out for a while. And Jake Rogers, I don't know the injury for that one, but apparently he copped an injury and he was sent home as well for that, whatever that injury is. So they'll both be out this week at least, and Will Graham probably a lot longer.
Oh, good info, mate. Maybe a Suns rookie to come up. And
maybe.
Mate, you've got all the news, mate. Not just the Saints news, but you're going all the way up to Queensland at the Gold Coast there, Scoops. Your reach is just Australia-wide, mate. Absolutely Australia-wide.
Now, one shout too, just quickly, is Jack Higgins for Coleman. Obviously, it's probably not going to help this week that he got started off with 3/4 time with an illness. And then Ben King for 2 weeks in a row. That really has annoyed me. 4 goals in the last 10 minutes combined of the last 2 games. That's I love Ben King, obviously, because his brother's Saints, and what he meant to secure when he's eventually going to leave, hopefully. But yeah, that's pissed me off slightly a little bit. And Hogues decided to play out 7 today. Now he's 1 or 2 ahead.
Mate, I would love to see. I don't think there'd be an AFL fan out there that wouldn't love to see Jackie Higgins somehow take that Coleman. What a phenomenal season, mate. And, after all his adversity, we know what's happened with the brain surgery and all that sort of business. For him to come out and win a Coleman at St Kilda, that would be one of the best stories ever, mate. That would be one of the best stories you could find in football. So,
absolutely.
Great way to end Scoops. I hope your Saints play extremely well again this week. And thank you for gracing us with your presence as well.
No worries.
And for everyone will know, Scoops, but just tell us, mate, where do we need to go to find all of your great info and all the wonderful work that you do, mate?
No, thanks for that. Scoops, all things footy 24/7's Facebook, Instagram's AFL Info Live, and YouTube is Scoops, which is the one I commented in the chat before. So about 3 subs away from 3K, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, so that'll be.
Come on, get it done tonight, people.
Yeah, well, thanks. There you go. But even if Jack Higgins does not win the Common, for all the hate I copped last year, right? I'll end with this one. So last year, this is before the season started, by the way, of last year, I said Jack Higgins was the best small forward in the comp or thereabouts, right? And people laughed at me. They're trying to list all these names, like I'm talking about in form at that point. People are throwing up, Charlie Cameron, and sorry, DA, he's done. He's cooked. And then you got... No, he's not. Continue. And then you got, people mentioned Bobby Hill. Now, that's the key player that people kept throwing at me hard and kept reminding me, how can you think he's better? Because one time I said I felt like he was better. I didn't say that Bobby Hill was shit. I just felt like Higgins was better. Then Higgins backed that up last year for me, so thanks, Higo, and actually beat Bobby Hill in quantity of goals throughout the home and away season. And last time I checked this year, Higo is equal second, and Bobby Hill is nowhere to be seen. So, yeah, there you go.
Scoops, what a way to end, mate. A little drive-by to Bobby there, and a bit of love for your man, Jack Higgins. We've all got love for Jack Higgins, Scoops. So,
for sure.
Legend, much love. Have a great week, mate, and hopefully catch you again next Sunday.
Cheers, Scoops. Sounds good, gents. Ciao.
See you, mate. What a great man he is, royalty is Scoops. Matty, we've been sitting on this for a long time, mate, and 26-1-7 this week, rank 174 for the week. Best week by far. Well done, mate. Daniel, 76% TOG. You would like to set that up. Look, maybe that's partly a reason to maybe keep on to him if you think that goes up. Obviously off with a broken nose. Genjack, Kako, Daniel, and Cleary for Sinclair, Marshall, and Box. Jeez, I can't believe I didn't have this on when Scoops was on. But, Locke, are you going to give this the A-OK? Sinclair, Marshall, and Box? What do you reckon, mate? Or is it a little bit too late here? What do we think?
I think you can do that. First got to see. I know I went early, but see if Boxall gets named. But I don't know what other rookies options we have. But if you
like that, isn't it?
Marshall, 2 keepers, go for it.
Beautiful, Brad. Thumbs up or down or sort of sideways from you, mate?
No, thumbs up for that. That's fine.
Thumbs up. Beautiful. Congrats on that big score from GRB, Matty. Some unexpected things happening in football. One of them this week was Clary tagging and holding Newcomb to 57. I didn't see it, mate. As a Hawk supporter, never ever getting on one of ours in again, as own Meek and Nukes. Oh, they are 2 terrible pods at the moment, aren't you, man? But I'm tempted by CJ this week. Don't do it, man. You've just talked about how bad it is having these pod Hawks. Go away from C. Actually, he's probably not work out, knowing the way things work. H, quick trade ideas. Bice, helmet, and Kako. I'm guessing that's the little helmet, not the big helmet, mate, because we love having him in our sides. To Sinclair, Day, Wicks, and Whitfield. Sinclair and Whitfield, what a combination down back, if you don't mind. And look, well, let's just call this a rookie. Is Day Wicks at the moment. I'm ticking this off big time, boys. Day Wicks isn't ideal, but I'm ticking the Sinclair and Whitfield, Bice, helmet, and Kako. I'm ticking this off. Are you boys ticking this one off?
Yeah, we've had it out.
Yeah, ticking that off, yep.
Beautiful. Cal, too hard to trade in Brayshaw at his current price. I need Flynn and Bice out. Look, I am value at the moment. I think he's too expensive to purchase currently, but you're getting quality. I think it's just different to like a Sherry or Big Ruck at the moment. Brad, would you go for Brayshaw, or you're still hunting value, or is he a bit of a different beast? He's had a bloody good year, mate.
If you got the money, you do it, because I don't want to be hypocritical. I'm looking at Sherry this week, and his ridiculous amount of money. So
true. Yeah.
There's exceptions to the rule, but we all saw like every week it happens when like Bont, everyone paid up $6.70 for whatever he was, and you dropped to 99. So it can hurt you. You just got to be willing to risk it.
Lock.
Yep. Well, I'm a non-Brayshaw owner. I would really love to have him in my side. I actually had him all preseason, and then the cyclone happened in Brisbane, and
cyclone.
I took out Brayshaw for Lockie Neal. But I would love to have Brayshaw. But I'm currently hunting, value like your Sinclairs, around that price. because come round 12, I'll be looking at, hopefully the prices can drop, but, either your Butters or your Bont types after their buy. But saying that, Braithwaite does have a good buy, as they only share the buy with St Kilda, Freo.
Very true, mate. Wouldn't it just be, just God's gift for Bont and Butters, have a couple of quiet weeks, and then after the buys, snap. Welcome to our sides. That would be lovely, mate. I think Green is better than some of those options. Yeah, Tommy Green, an absolute pod, mate. These are, were you with us now, Locke?
Yep.
Good to see you, mate.
I found it. Yep.
Thoughts on Dogger? Reckon he could store Darcy injury? Look, I don't mind Dogger. He's got some good DPP status. He's got a nice buy. It depends how long Darcy's out for. But with both you blokes as a bit of a pod selection, if Shrek is out for an extended period, consider Dogger as a bit of a pod over your tracks if you don't have them type of players, or you're nodding, Brad? Yeah.
Yeah, you do it, like, especially if you've got a loop, like an R3 forward ruck, like a Sims or a Finbar. It's just so handy in those later rounds if you run out of trades to throw Jacko there. So I think depending on the time frame, you'd probably still give it a punt anyway, because we know what he can do when he's not copping injuries. But I definitely think he's a shout regardless. And again, he's got the good buy that you like as well. So yeah, I'd do it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this, and Luke Jackson, like I said, depends how long Sean Darcy's out for. If it's long term, maybe you can get Luke Jackson in for Caleb Daniel, maybe.
True. Maybe a Jacko for the little helmet. That could actually be a decent play, Lock, for sure, buddy. Sinclair and a rookie, or 2 under 500k, full and primos, and leave nothing in the bank, but avoid the lack of rookies this week. I don't mind going nothing in the bank and getting a couple of primos instead of downgrading. Brad, you were saying you're happy with that before. Locke, are you happy with doing that, mate?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at doing this week.
Beautiful. Any blokes, Mana wants to know, hey, Mana, got any thoughts on Jake Bowie at all? There's a rookie price, as we know. Any thoughts at all, lads?
I reckon he's a shout. I just don't know if he's top 6. I think he'd be more like a 8 to 12 play.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yes, agreed, mate. Jakey, Tom Green season for me this week. I wish you all the best, mate, as a pod. And appreciate the stream as always. Appreciate you coming on, mate, and having these two legends on makes it all the better. Rage Trade Sunday. Sarong, says Maxi. Can't break 108. I'm officially calling a low ton a Sarong now. It's just what he's been doing, isn't he, during the year, Caleb Sarong. I just want to take a quick look at his scores here, because it just feels like the ceiling's just lacking, but we're not seeing an absolute floor of floors. 102, 105. Sorry, we've seen the 142, but apart from that, 102, 99, 105, 103, 102, 108, 80, 104. It's average Joe type stuff, isn't it? It's not what we wanted with Caleb Strong. He has gone down 85k now.
Do you know what's good about this DR?
Got a good buy. What's good, mate?
He gets the Bedford tag, and we can pick him up for cheap after his buy.
So here's one of the blokes we're talking about here. After the buy, with some value, 134 break even, 537 for Caleb Sarong. He's too good of a player to continue to punch out those low tons. And we know what happens with these type of blokes. Guys are going a mad run. And if you can get your timing right before they do, magnificent. So Brad's already got some plans there for the schlong. Very nice, mate. Just bring me back round 6 when I picked Meek over Gorn because of age, break even, and 30k difference. Now I've Flynn back in. Swings and roundabouts with this game, mate. You love it and you hate it, don't you? Little decisions like that go such a long way. Got Sherry, Meek, and Flynn in the flex. Yeah, so you'd really want Gorn if you could, mate. You'd love to move Meek on, even a Rowan at this stage. The Sherry Popper went bang. Did it ever, Jonas? Burners, would you believe if Zach Reed goes 90 for the next couple of weeks, he could potentially be the only 190k off Whitfield? It goes to show, lads, doesn't it, how good that Reed's scoring and Whitfield's scoring well in his own right. Jake, 25.77, reckon I trade Bison Daniel for Sinclair and a Howie? Yes, I'll do that. Or Bison Cleary for Sinclair and Cooper Simpson. I am the top trade. Any of you guys go on the second trade with Cooper Simpson? Or
definitely not Simpson.
No, I'll go the first one.
Correction, 140k off Whitfield, even getting better burners with Zach Reed. Hey, lads, thoughts on clearing Daniel out, says TTSC. Boxall and Sherry in. Yes.
Yep. If it gets you Cherry, yep.
Having a great year here, ranked just outside the top 1 billion. It'll come back, GR. It'll come back. Jakey traded Sherry to Sherry the week just gone. Super happy. What a trade that is. That is magnificent. Marky boy, yes, DR. Violet crumble ice cream is great, but I've been on a diet. I'm sorry to rub it in, mate, but very committed there, mate, with the diet. 92 kg. Stay away from the favorite foods. Hard work. Shout out to you, Marky boy. Shout out to you. Well done, mate. I dropped that much. That is like, congratulations, brother. Jono. Hey, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Might join the sesh for a little while if that's okay. Absolutely, Jono. I can't see here, mate, but join whenever you want, dude. Jace, with Cash Jam pretty much dead, if I can reach near 800, surely it's worth splitting him into 2 primos with his money. Thanks, boys.
Is he talking about Gorn?
Maybe.
Yeah,
it can be the only player, can't it?
Or Zach Reed a couple of weeks.
Do you know what? It's a different type play, Jace. I love the fact you're looking outside the box at stuff like that, man.
I'm thinking about doing it if he does.
Actually, you literally put that through in the chat, didn't you, Brad? Something like that. Like you trade the bastard for that much. Yeah, look, definitely a pod play. Sinclair J. Clark. I'm Sinclair. Excuse me, gentlemen. Sinclair or Clark. You can't really go wrong, I don't think, but Sinclair lock.
Sinclair.
3 Sinclairs. Gone. Yeah, sorry, mate. We worked that one out. Can't beat a Terry's chocolate orange. Jonas, I'm not joking you, mate. I was looking I never do this either, looking in the catalogs the other day. I think it was Woolworths. I'm not too sure. And they had a 50% off on chocolates. This was one of them. And 50% off, it was still going to cost me close to $10 at 50% off. That was a sale price. I love a good Terry's chocolate orange. Don't get me wrong. But if anyone thinks I'm paying $10-20 for one, they can absolutely get stuffed. I'd rather get a Chocky Neal, and he went terribly this week. I'm not paying that. But Jonas, if you want to treat yourself every now and then, yeah, love it. But how's that like? Bloody $10, 50% off for a Terry's chocolate orange, mate. Like, what has the world gone to?
I think just a normal Cadbury block's going about $8. Oh, yeah, no thanks.
Got to go the block. Yeah, got to go the block, mate. Lockie, what are your opinions on who was must-have players this year in any positions? Okay, that's a good question. I'll have a stab at this. I'm going to straight to the ruck. You got the 2 big boys. That's obvious. Midfields, I'm going to say Butters, Bond, Brayshaw, Dacos. Backline, I'm going to say Whitfield, and I'm actually going to say Sinclair's a must-have. Forwards, I'm going to say Rankin's a must-have. And I might leave my list there. Boys, anything you want to add or change to the must-have list?
Oh, would you put Horn Francis in the forwards?
I was thinking about it, but I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I'm ever going to bring the bugger back because I'm feeling the forward. I was going to say him. He probably is. He probably is. And as someone that may not be getting him, I just don't want to think about that lock.
A lot of people traded him out.
Yeah, mate, me included.
Probably Bailey Smith and McRae because they're 115 and 111.
Sorry, Baz.
You know,
Baz, I missed, and McRae, yeah. I suppose with McRae, I was thinking, everyone's got him. Like who else? But yeah, hard to disagree with that. Baz was a big miss, mate. Absolutely, Baz must have. Yep. Then you got like your Zerets and those types that could make their way there. You've got your Sheezels, your Zorkos, your Tracks, and these type of guys who could be. But must have's a pretty strong phrase it's a pretty strong term in my opinion. Is Chera a hold? There's no right or wrong answer to this, mate. But I was looking at his fixture after the bye, and what was it, Brad? Like North, West Coast, and someone else-ish. So he could be
Essendon.
Essendon, pretty friendly there, man. Pretty friendly. So I think he could be. Not too sure on job security. Was the sub today against Geelong? Yeah, I don't know about Delana. I don't think any of us do at the moment. BMI, what a shocking week. Got under 2,400. Rookies killed me. Still top 600. Well, mate, glass half full there. Bryce Sinclair this week. Who's a good rookie? Just thinking going Sin. Oh, Sink. As with 3 rucks. Yeah, that's fine, mate. Sinclair. I thought you were going Josh Sin. I thought that is like random as. What are we saying on Sheldrick? There was someone that was a pretty big fan before. We do get to see if he's going to be sub before we need to make any major decisions. But, Locke, I don't think you're with us, mate. Have you got any thoughts whatsoever on Angus Sheldrick?
I just think, he's massive sub risk. How many times has he been the sub this year already? I'm just going to look him up right now. Sheldrick. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't go there. Just too big of a sub risk.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there. Brad, no love on Sheldrick, mate, or a bit of a wait and see. Well, we don't want to just completely say no to the man, but
I still
pretty risky.
No to him.
You still would. I'm trying to pump him up. Stuff him. No way. There you go, X. Collywobbles. Love seeing everyone in the SC community joining each other's streams. Keep up the great work, lads. That's one of the best things about it, man. I always say this. We're not competition to each other. We're not Coles, Woolies, all the rest. We are generally all good mates and want to support and help out each other. So, Locke, while you're here, mate, give us a quick shout out with your channel and everything, mate. Just for anyone that's been living under a rock, all that type of stuff, with your socials and your channel and everything like that, mate. Just before I forget, buddy.
Yep. So you can find me on YouTube. Just search for Supercoach Locke, and on X as well. Under Supercoach Locke as well.
Make sure you do. He's a great man and very entertaining as Locke as well. But yeah, thanks for that, Collie Wobbles. Absolutely agree, man. Absolutely agree. Mana, hey guys, thoughts on Bowie? I think we answered this. So what we're pretty much saying with Bowie, mate, is that we don't think he's going to be a top liner. Maybe a bit of a value play, but not a top liner. So probably not a pick for us. But anyway, Darren, hey Daz, hey great man. I've been listening to you for 4 weeks. Good on you, mate. Appreciate you. Rank has gone from 85K to 25K this week. Nice, man. Scored 24.99. Thanks to you. You are a star. Daz, do you know what? They are honestly the best type of comments, mate, that I love getting. You know, someone that, recent to the channel and you see that rank rise. I'll tell you this, mate. I do appreciate the bit of a head wobble moment there. You did not get from 85K to 25K because of me. I can absolutely guarantee that, mate. That was the decisions that you made. Following your gut, I'm guessing, Daz, and most likely listening to the other 2 blokes you got here with me as well, mate. But Daz, that does mean the world hearing that, mate. And so stoked for you, man. 60K in 4 weeks is brilliant, Daz. So thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. And the only thing that I feel for you, bloody 1 point, a single point off 2,500. It looks so much better. Locke got the 2,400 this week, and I'm guessing if he sees 2,399, he's going.
Yep, it was 2,398, and then scaling happened. Yes, got the 2,400.
Come on, Locke. Come on, let's go. Good on you, Daz. Have a good one, man. Jakey Merrick averaging 101 since we brought him in. Chef's kiss, mate. And I've got to thank Spillsy on that one because I was all over Humphrey and Spillsy said, DR, go with me on Marek. Go with me on Marek. I said, all right, Spillsy, where are you going to lead me, mate? To glory or the dark, deep forest, the haunted forest? And it was just rainbows, lollipops, and cupcakes. Locke, did you go Humphrey just from that reaction?
Yeah, I went Humphrey as well. Yeah. Just with just went by his fixture. But yeah, should have gone with the Marek just with his role.
I said on the pod, Locke, that there was 4 of us on at the time. Rossco, Janath, and myself were all team Humpty Dumpty at the time. Spills was the only one that went out and said no and go on Marek. And yeah, if we listened to him, we would have been right, mate.
Sorry. I'm pretty sure I split Campo and Horn Francis into Humphrey and Marek that week.
It's still a win getting Marek in, though, isn't it, mate? From the Horny.
Yeah. And I used Humphrey's cash gen anyway from the dead rookie of Campo.
Yeah, nice, mate. That's brilliant. Well, that week I remember I actually traded out Horn Francis, but I count it still as a huge win because I split him into Baz and Marek. So you can't do much better than that if you're going to split a player, can you? At the end of the day, real Shay, dude. Hey, dear, I got you in Abs Magic Cash League semis next week. Oh, playing for 1,000, are we? I think shit. This is good news, Arush. I have not been following. I've been following what Abs has been doing, but I haven't been following the Cash League. But that's great to know, man. Thank you very much. I will not say no to a K. But, mate, if I was to lose to anyone, I hope it is to you, mate. Good luck, buddy. I mean that, mate, genuinely. All the best, dude. And I will say if I this $1,000 here, it's going to Headspace if I was lucky to get it, mate, with that $1,000. So all the Headspace for me. We'll keep the lives for Jackie, for a bat for Jack. Mikey, thoughts on Thomas Sims' game today? You think he'll keep his spot? Brad, this is one for you, mate, being a Richmond man. Thoughts on Tommy Sims?
Yeah, he was good. I don't think they used him as the main target with Lynch in there, but he, pinched out in the ruck as well. I don't really know whose spot he's taking. Probably he's keeping a Samson Ryan in the VFL, which is pretty easy to do. But Richmond like to play 3 forwards up there, so they're going to use him instead of a Jacob Bauer. So I think his job security is actually pretty decent. I don't know how many games we actually get, though, because he is pretty raw. He's only 19 years old tomorrow, so he's not the worst shout. But again, if you're going to use these sort of players, you chuck him at R3 and then grab Jacko at F6 and you're fine. So he should play at least half a dozen games, you'd think, I reckon. He's probably better than Finbar option, I reckon.
Beautiful. Yeah, Finbar got subbed, did he? Was he the one who got subbed today?
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Good call. We've done all right to make it to the final 4 out of 512 teams already. Absolutely, man. Congrats on that, mate. Who would you say are the top trade in targets are? Jack Sinclair is someone that just stands out like dog's balls to me this week. Boys, who would you have as your number one trade-in option this week if you've got one just off the top of your head?
Yeah, I've got Sinclair as well. I'm also looking, if I can't quite afford Jack Sinclair, I'm looking at a Maxi Holmes, who's I think is about 498k at the moment.
Good call.
So they're two that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm probably going to sell the farm, and I'm probably going to go Bison along and have to grab O'Connor, the St Kilda rookie, to bring in Cherry, because 70% last week had Cherry in the top 1%. So I can't anti-pot a bloke that's going to be 700k the week after. And against Richmond, he's going to score 200 points. I can't let that happen to my squad where I'm ranked.
Love it, mate. Thanks, Kiko. Dodgy Malacca. Evening, gents. First year proper playing, and I was in the top 18%. Now I have to drop to 20%. Going to just start shooting at the dartboard and hope for the bullseye. Look, what I'd recommend, mate, is it's your first year properly playing. Experiment. Work out what works for you, what doesn't. Have a bit of a play around. There's no expectation with any sort of rank. Top 18%, 20%. You'd be top 99%. As long as you enjoy the game, first of all. And you can't expect just to start playing and get these great results, mate. You live by and learn by many lessons. You make many mistakes, but just in life, you make mistakes and grow and you learn. It's the same in Supercoach. Boys, any other advice for any first-timers like the Dodgy Malacca? Got to be careful keep saying his name, actually. I'll get demonetized if it's Greek.
Probably, if it's your first year, pick the players you like seeing, so then you can sort of see whether the score translates to that player as well. And then just pick some pods. Don't go with the crowd. That's not the year to do it. You pick the pods and go, all right, this is the guy that didn't pay off last year because if his role was terrible. So just go against the grain, because you're more than likely to win the 1 or 2K a week for the random, because all your side is so pod-like than getting a cookie cutter side. So that's what I'd just be having fun with it, chucking the VC on a pod, not worrying, just joining in the community in lives and stuff like that as well, and just seeing how your team went for the weekly prize.
Bloody great advice, Locke. Can you add anything to that?
I'd go with that and just have some fun. I remember in my first year, I had no idea what I was doing. In my backline, I thought, Simon Prestigiacomo, he's cheap. Yeah, I'll get him inside.
Oh shit.
Santo helping in my forward line. Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, I'll get him. And I had no idea, but I still enjoyed it. So that was the main thing.
Absolutely. I think if you get anything out of it, get involved in the community and enjoy your stuff, mate. Don't go with the crowd. So great advice, boys. Binger, Lads, trades I'm looking at this week are Daniel, Trent, and Bice out using a boost Bing. Whitfield, Holmes, and Hooley in. I'm sure we'll tick that one off, mate. Love it, Binger. Hey, Legends, what would Coleman and or Mills have to do before you would bring them in? This is a really good question. Geez, I think the issue for lots of teams is that defensive back six is almost getting full, isn't it? I know lots of us are adding a Sinclair to that mix this week. So all team dependent, but look, for me with Coleman, I'd definitely wait a couple of weeks on him, even after a good first week. If that's the case, I wouldn't be jumping on early. Got to remember, this man has been out of the year for well over 12 months and didn't go as well or wasn't as busy in the VFL this week. So what does Coleman have to do? Geez, for me, he'd have to score a couple of 95 plus to tons in a week, and probably the same with Mills. But Mills, injury concern moving forward, I'm still very, very nervous about this. To be honest, I probably wouldn't consider either unless they smashed it out of the park. Brad, what does Coleman and Mills have to do for you to actually consider them? Do they have to smash it out of the park? You got lower expectations? What do you reckon?
Their price point means like as long as they go 80, they're fine. But I wouldn't be considering it D6. They're probably like a D7 play and like just a spare sort of even a flex kind of play because that at worst are going to get 80, and at least that 80 will take off a 30 score. So you could probably use it as a bit of a backup. But I do see a lot of teams without cash gen, so a Coleman at D6 couldn't be the worst if you're whipping with like a Bice. Or even with the Mills as well, using them as a bit of all right, I'm going to get the big dogs and I'm going to have to go cheap somewhere else. Maybe I'll just risk it and play Mills if he's got midfield status at M8 because you want to go Bodders and Barnes and all the big dogs. You could play it that way. There's a few ways, but definitely I'd wait until they're both on the bubble just because their injury history on those two players.
Very nice, mate. Lock.
Yeah, definitely wait until they're on the bubble. And if you have, say, a Zach Reed at D6, like you could trade them in and actually make money.
Yep.
Good point. Zach Reed, the primo. Boys, I've just realised this has gone for 3.5 hours already. My goodness. I know that because Lisa may have just texted me there and gone, what the hell are you doing? So we've got a few more questions here. Let's turbo through. So the time currently is 11:42. I'm going to go to midnight. I'm going to go to midnight. That's 18 minutes. You boys, if you want to join us till then, I'd appreciate. If not, feel free to go because I know you've got lives and actually things outside of Supercoach. This is actually just a game for people that don't realise that. But thanks to everyone that's tuned in. We've still got 160 people here at the moment. We peaked at, I think it was about 350 odd at one stage. So the support for the channel has been absolutely magnificent. All right, let's turbo through till midnight, boys. And then I'll love you and leave you. All right, Binger. Surely the Bedford tag goes to Brayshaw. Soft Binger. You know I love you, Bing, but come on, mate. Don't be doing that to us. Daz, hey, guys, with Flynn out for El Hui and Bice out for either Sinclair, Clark, or Whitfield, 50K left. I like that, and I am going this week. I'm going Jack Sinclair, just for value. But either one of these three, I'd love to have him in my side. Boys, Sinclair out a lot, or you're going up to Whit? Because I know we did Sinclair versus Clark on Sinclair, but now it's Sinclair versus Whitfield this week.
Sinclair.
Okay. Yep, Sinclair.
Beautiful. All right. Knack, Bice, Daniel Lello for Clark, Sinclair, and Saad Al Hui. I'm saying yes, boys.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. 3 of us, thumbs up. Jinx, Owen, Sherry, R2, Flynn, Payne, 160K banked. Who do I bring in for Flynn and Bice? We'll go through all the options, mate, in the stocky, but 160K banked is very, very nice. What we'll do is, mate, when we do the stocky this week, send through your team in the mailbag section, and we'll be able to give you a lot more context and a better answer. Never heard of you guys, but the stream's good so far. Hey, Pro. Thanks, Knack. I appreciate you, man. Join the community. You've obviously got Supercoach Lock, who's got his channel. Pro, Brad, Supercoach Pro channel, and you're obviously here with me at the moment, mate. There's plenty of other people out there, man. I could go on for half an hour with all great blokes and names to check out. Pro, what's your reaction? Just woke up home score this week. What's your reaction to God's score this week, mate? You pretty impressed with the young man?
Yeah, very impressed. And because that side little bet we did, he actually woke up Holmes and scored really, really well. So, yeah, Mini Holmes is doing well this week, so it's good to see him up and about.
Mini Holmes, love it. Beanie, Chera Daniel, and Cleary for Richards, Sinclair, and a rookie. Look, personally, I'm looking to probably hold on to Chera if I can, given the fact that he's lost a bit of value. Good run after the buys, but if you're not a fan of Chera, Richards is a massive pod who Brad likes and owns. Sinclair is great. And a rookie, yeah, there's a world I would be sort of on the fence about this one. Boys, do you have any strong feelings each way about this trade? I'm probably just leaning no, but you guys?
It's too Tokyo Drift, meaning it's too sideways for me.
It's too Tokyo Drift. You should be a rider, mate. That is brilliant. It is too Tokyo Drift. You get better and better, my man. Locke, is it too Tokyo Drift for you too? Or
too Tokyo Drift for me. I can see why you would want to do it, but for me, I'm slightly leaning towards no.
Oh, well, I can't. That's Brad on fucking fire, mate. You are. CJ, Meek and Flynn. Oh, sorry, man. You keep saying you got Meek. I feel so bad for you. Gorn and Day Wicks might be the trades this week. What do we reckon? Boys, you're just saying get out of Meek and Flynn and just get Gorn in your side at this point. I'm almost saying that for CJ because I can feel his pain with Meek. And we just gave advice to Dodgy Malaka, who's just joining us with the game this year, to enjoy the game. It seems like with Meek, he's not enjoying the game. So given that fact, CJ, I'm going to say send it, son. Absolutely send it because you hate owning this man and just get Gorn in, I think, at the moment. You got to enjoy the game, mate. All right. DJ Gardner. Does Oscar Mack come back in? We're hoping, mate. We are absolutely hoping. He's got a really good chance. Best Rooks coming up. Nak, check out the stock market video, buddy, that we do each week. And we'll be covering all them. But in a nutshell, we don't really have many or any. Oscar Mack would be a perfect one, if possible. Mark, trading out Daniel and Hayes.
Is that Bombers?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you went early. Sorry, Mark. Damn, mate. And sticking with the Dons boys, bring in Martin, Archer, Day, Wicks, 260K in the bank with 17 trades left. Beautiful, mate. Go that Dons feeling. You've been ripped off so far. The luck will change with you, mate. Downgrade targets. Talked about that, Chris. And again, yeah, Stocky and Potty. Appreciate you tuning in, man. Jonas, that's fake news or a scam score, DR. Terry's chocolate orange is $6.75 at Coles and Woolworths. Well, Jonas, thank you for sticking up for Terry. I swear I saw it for $10. Maybe it was like IGA. It was IGA and a Gamby. Maybe it wasn't IGA actually, mate. Maybe they're in the country up there, bit more expensive. Maybe think about going to the Geelong 190K. That was, who was it, boys? Geelong Views, isn't it?
Views? Yeah.
Views. Daniels to Toro. Is that the St Kilda dude?
Is he suspended at the moment? Is that the one that got suspended in the VFL?
I don't even know. I think so. I can't help you. Sorry, JRD on that one. Sorry, buddy. Hey, guys. Will Tunstall get another game for Lions? He should get another game, mate, if injury permits. But we're not going near him because the job security is terrible. Brisbane's depth is just off the charts. And I must admit, there was a small part of me looking at our team sheets this week going, surely there's not a chance that Levi's the sub is there. I thought there may be a very, very minute chance. But, yeah, look, Tunstall's not one I'd probably go with, mate, as a Linesman myself. Lockie, have Nank really considering trading him up to Sherry before he gets sorted from Sherry, as I don't have Gorn either. If you don't have Sherry or Gorn, we said before, mate, we'd be pretty keen on getting at least one in. What trade's being done this week? Brad, Locke, have you guys not locked anything in, but sort of penciled something in that you could share for now?
Yeah, I've locked something in, basically. Sorry, I got Bice and Ned Long out for 140K rookie in the back line, probably Omac if he gets named. We're going to have to go that O'Connor guy from St Kilda. And then I have to bring in Sherry at flex. So I'm going to sell the farm because I need to. But, yeah, it's pretty much locked in.
That you're in a different position, though, to lots of us, mate, which I'm jealous about. Yeah. So top 100 here. Locke, early thoughts, buddy?
At the moment, I've got Cleary to Day Wicks. And
Yes.
I've got Elijah Hewitt to Jack Sinclair, which leaves me about 10K. So that's why I've had to go, the day Wicks 99K.
Sometimes you have to do it, don't you? You have to get some rookies in. There's no ideal ones. Look, myself, I was just planning on literally doing the single trade before the Daniel news. So the simple trade I was looking at, and I've got enough cash in the bank, as you can see, was Bice to Sinclair. Just call it a day at that. But I might make it a little bit exotic. We'll see how we go. Jetty Brews crazy. We'll absolutely talk about him in the stocky, mate. I bought in Darcy Fort's thoughts. Yeah, my original, I think I talked about this last week, was I wouldn't bring him in just because you got Big O there. You probably bring in Fort if O was out of the side, not one of our forwards, because he's not a natural forward. So, look, good luck is all I'll say, mate. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, I love Darcy Fort and as a player, being a Brisbane man, but as an option, mate, I hope he goes well. I hope he goes well. Got some DPP, which should be handy for you, man. First year, top 12% is good. 100% it is. 100% it is. Dodgy Malaka. It's a great name, isn't it, H? I probably should stop repeating it. Gunzan for Ali. Sorry if I butchered it, man. Sink, Sherry, and Al Huli. Look at those two first in. Sinclair and Sherry in, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. TDK. I was wondering where the money's coming from. Bice and Daniel. Last week I would have said no. I'm still saying no on this.
Bice and Daniels. I don't know if it gets you Cherry. I reckon Cherry's a must-have.
Boys, I've got a question for you. Let's just say if I'm someone that's not looking at the 3 ruck setup, just say with a premium ruck in your flex, do we have to trade TDK to Gorn or Sherry? Is this a move that has to be done? It's just a matter of when, or there is a world where we can still be successful in this game, anti-pod one of the big two, and just keep with TDK?
I don't think you can.
As in, like, you have to trade him you have to get one of the big boys in?
Yeah, there's such a big ceiling difference between a TDK and a Gorn and a Cherry. Like, the ceiling is what I'm talking about, not so much the 120s, but TDK is never going to pull out a 180 anytime soon. Whereas Gorn and Cherry literally can do that, and they don't even look like they're in beast mode. They look like they're in cruise control half the time.
Yeah. And also they're, your captain option in your captain options every week as well. So, the 180 is not only 180, but double the 180 as well.
Literally.
Great point. Very underrated point there, Locke. Very underrated point. And look, we know with the Neils like today, you just can't rely on some of these midfielders. So, do you know what? Maybe I need to change my tune on this TDK thing. Yeah, there's a word where I'd actually give a thumbs up to that one, mate. But yeah, I need to change my way of thinking, I think. All right, boys. 7 minutes on the clock. BMI, previous comment, I did mean trading in Sims. Oh, sorry, Sims, the Richmond guy, yeah. As I have 3 big rucks, so thinking even if he does get dropped, we'll need a 3rd ruck at some stage. So Bryson Davidson to Sinclair and Sims. Yeah, well, with that thinking, mate, that's different. I probably read that wrong. So go for it, buddy. All right, 7 minutes, and we don't have a heap of comments. We're almost there, guys. All right, Mark. Yes, guys, I've scored the best in the last 4 weeks I've scored the best in the last 4 weeks of last 2 years playing after taking advice from UDR and all on site. Sitting at 13,000, up 886 in the ranking, having a great time. Good on you, Mark. That is so good to hear, brother. Great to hear that, man. Offloading Elijah Hewitt or Caden Cleary. Locke, you're offloading Hewitt? Both. Yeah, you're offloading both.
Why not both?
Why not both? Wouldn't that the little meme, don't we? So just looking at break evens here. Sorry, I'm butchering that. Oh, the screen's so small.
I think they're both in about the 50s from memory.
All right, so Cleary is 55. And Elijah Hewitt. Sorry. Elijah Hewitt is 46. So 55 v 46. I'd probably keep on to Hewitt just with the DPP and stuff, mate, personally. Fury, should I get Ed Richards in? Do you see him as a top 8 mid? Well, Brad said he's like in the top 15 overall, isn't he, or something like that, mate? So, look, there's a world, and it depends if you want to go a lone wolf move. So, the thing with the lone wolf moves, the pod moves, is if it goes really well, it goes really, really well. But if it goes bad, it goes really, really bad because no one else is on him. So, depends how big your kahunas are, mate. But, yeah, I think he's a fine pick if you want to go there. I'll give you one back, DR. Yeah, that was for your comment before, Binger. Love you, mate. You know, that's all we'd love. I don't want to downgrade. Bias, Reed, and Lindsay or Hewitt all on field. It's worrying me as my rookies on the bench after this week's trades are priced under 190K. It's a very tough night, mate. Tough time for that, isn't it, mate? Night, guys. Good on you, Mark. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you tuning in, mate. Lizard King dropping a double banger this week. Sinclair locked like that. Pay at Whitfield this week. I'll go value for Dunk or Clark. I really like the Sinclair over Whitfield. How much more is Whitfield than? Oh, boys, I'm really confused with this one because I think Whitfield's. I mentioned him as a must-have, and I didn't mention the other guys as must-have, but they present better value. Can you guys just settle this for me and help me, please? Because I've got no idea. Whitfield or go for the value, Dunkley or Clark?
Depends on cash, Dan. Like, if he's got heaps of cash, then just send it for Whitfield. If you're struggling for cash and you got dead rookies, a lot of them go Clark or Dunkley type.
Yep.
Also, another thing to consider, just with Clark, he has the round 13 bye, which they only share with St Kilda. So, he's got a good bye. So,
it's true, isn't it? Love that bye. All right, almost done. CJC, thanks, guys. How do I access a mailbag pod there? So, mate, on X every week, this will be on a Tuesday. I'll put up a tweet, and it's like the mailbag tweet. Any questions for the podcast, put them down below, and we'll get to them. I gave it a 3-hour window the other week, and there were 50 comments within 3 hours, but we answered all those. So I'll probably do the same thing just because, like, we're almost 4 hours here, but we're just going for way too long with the pod. So, yeah, on X, mate, and just wait for the tweet there. If you can't for any reason, comment after this video is done, and I'll do our best to get to it during the week, mate. Aiden, with the lack of rookies at the moment, is there anything wrong with playing the break-even game? No, I think that's what Brad was talking about before, mate. I'm going to turbo through this now. Leaves 100, 200K next week, depending on who I take. Lovely, Lizard. If you can get 200, even better with the lack of rookies, mate. Zorko, Clark, or Noah Anderson. I'm going to go turbo. I'm saying Clark, boys.
Clark. Yep.
Clark.
Beautiful. Matt Roberts, hold or trade. I'm hold, boys. Hold or trade.
Hold.
I'm holding.
Beautiful. Fat Girl, Dale Clark this week, sing top 2%. I'm saying, well, you're leaving towards Dale. I'm saying as a player, Clark. If you need the cash, Dale should be fine. Boys, disagree or agree?
Clark, because you want to get into the top 2% and you need a pod. Everybody's got Dale.
Nice.
Yep. Clark, I rode the Dale roller coaster last week. Wasn't a fun watch most weeks.
Thanks tonight, lads. You too, Beanie. Thanks, Mark. Good on you, mate. Supercoach is more than just a game, lads. And Lloyd Meek is taking the piss and killing me. Not a fun own. Get out of in then, brother. We could feel your pain during the stream, mate. Hey, lads, thanks for streaming tonight. No worries at all, T. Advice on someone ranked 20K right now. Boys, is this where we're looking to go the pod moves and go away from the pack if you're 20K at this stage? Or you're just saying just go vanilla and then, see if you can get to the buys? I'd probably advise going a little bit different if you're ranked at 20K yourselves.
Yeah. Go pod. So target a liver instead of a bond. Target all these weird ones that you know are top of the line, like a Lockie Ash potentially, like rather than just, or else you're just going to stay at the pack at 20K. So you got to take risks, even downgrade some of those primos if they're peaked out or gone at like 700K. Just take a risk and split him to two different players. Bring him back later when he's a bit cheaper because all these players will come down in price. So just take risks. I would if I was 20K. I'm still taking risks now anyway.
Yeah, it's played at the top 100. Locke, you be taking a few more risks at this point?
Yeah, definitely take a few more risks. Like, it's only 9 rounds gone, so it's just over a third of the season gone. Still a long way to go. Still 15 rounds to go.
Yep. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Turbo time. Burners, Peatling's a pod 110 without Crouch, only 12k more than Daniel with DPP. Yeah, mate. And Crouch is out for 4 to 6 weeks, as you said. Could absolutely be a shout. And they're the pod moves that we're absolutely talking about there. Jono, why is everyone offloading Daniel with the easy run coming up? I think we're worried about his scoring potential. We're worried about even if he maybe stays in the side, and the fact that we paid up such a bargain price for him. He's almost done his job now, and he could start to leak cash. So almost jumping off him while we're still winners, I suppose, mate. It's the best way to say that. Have you ever tried Battered Mars? It's awesome. Darren. You have gone up so high in my book. The local fish and chip shop, Starfish, has a Mars bar in batter, and it is phenomenal type stuff. It is just phenomenal type stuff. So yeah, if you boys tried a Mars bar and batter, or you're not, Brad, I know you're really into gym and stuff, and
I've tried it. Yeah.
You've tried it, Locke?
Oh, I haven't tried in a long time, but I remember I used to have a lot of the fried ice cream a long time ago, and I really love that. But yeah,
cannot go wrong with that, mate. Fried and ice cream, that works well together, doesn't it? Those two words, mate. Gormworth getting in. Oh, look, if you're desperate, mate, but hopefully wait till he comes down. We're almost done. Can't believe Eagles didn't get the dub. Yeah, unlucky, mate, but they'll come back. Brad was happy though.
Man, imagine Tom Gross actually, ran into goal, didn't get tackled, kicked the winning goal. He could have turned up with being, in 10 minutes on the ground.
It could. That could have been the biggest points per minute game we've ever seen in our life, Lock. That was crazy, wasn't it? Talk about having an impact, mate. What to do with both, but I've chosen Bice and one of the two. That's fine, mate. Yeah. Thanks so much, boys. Supercoach God's very good advice tonight. Thank you, buddy. Before I bring in Gorn, is there any chance he gives us a down game or two? There's every chance in the world he does, mate, but it's not looking likely. Jono, what would do both, but choosing to offload Bias with one of Cleary or Hewitt, was leaning on keeping Cleary with his run coming up. You could, mate, but I just play the break-even game. Just tuned in, almost 25 for Steve. Who are the premiums you're taking so far to bring in this week? We're all pretty big on Sinclair at this stage, mate, and pros paying up for the big boys in the ruck. Kako or Cleary out first?
Kako
for me too. I'm sick of him. He's just done bugger all. See you, Cax. 4 comments. We're there. Proficient. Is it time to move on from Daniels? Talked a lot about this, mate. We're happy to, but don't think that you have to. But yeah, I'd much rather do it. Bing, I love your weekday out. Would love a call on Friday afternoon if you can. Always am, Bing. You know that, mate. Tim, Bice to Clark in one trade. I do like that. Or downgrade Cleary to Hewitt for the extra cash to get Sinclair. I'd almost just go Bice to Clark in one trade than waste another trade. What do you think, boys? Where's the extra trade? Or
yeah, one trade.
Yeah, one trade.
Beautiful. Yeah. Jonas, thanks for another great stream, fellas. Now, thank you for tuning in, mate. I can see 3 hours and 50 minutes at the moment. This has been the most epic one I think I've been involved in. Worth dropping TDK with a few great matchups coming up for Sherry. Yeah, possibly. Look, I've always said no to this, Jace. But we've talked tonight. It seems like one of the two big boys in Gorn and Sherry will be must-haves. So possibly, mate. Possibly. Thanks, boys. Thanks, Snack. Appreciate you, dude. Have a great night, lads. You too, X. Go on in, mate. And last comment we've got here, boys. I can't thank you two enough for sticking with us, and Brad for basically the whole night, man. Like, look at the poor man there. He's stretching. He's thinking, shit, how did you do this to me? But we're going to end with, I don't play favourites, but one of, I'll say, the greatest community members we've got, Yaron Gartner. Thanks again, Yaz, for tonight, mate. Thanks for giving the midnight munchies. Have you ever tried squishing a stack of Krispy Kremes in a sandwich press? I've seen someone do it, mate. It was this lady on a shorts or something like that. She's just gone with a big stack and gone into it. It's something I've always wanted to do. So the answer is no, but the fact that you do this type of stuff shows what type of person you are, and I'm a big fan of that. Boys, have you ever gone the big donut sort of saying, like squash down like burger type operation?
No, I'd get diabetes tomorrow.
Never tried it, but I've seen a lot of stacked donuts on my Supercoach bench this year.
Oh, that's it. That is very good, mate. And the last one we got here, Jono's got a joke for us all after that very nice joke to end us, mate. All right, Jono, what do you answer this, mate? Got a joke for you all. The other day, I saw this old man in a local bank. He called me over to check his balance. So I thought I'd push him over. If only I could have read that one better, Jono. It deserves so much more. But you are not just a great Supercoach brain, Jono, but a funny man as well. And I think Yaron enjoyed that or was a bit confused by it. Either way, so thank you very much for that tonight. And just want to give another quick shout out here to G-Bags for the $10 donation for Back to Jack. Thank you very much, mate. Same as Uncle Akka, $5. Thank you so much, mate. And love Akka. You know that too. Yaron, the legend we we're just talking about here, another $30.99. I reckon that you're almost paying for Bats Jack single-handedly the way things are going lately, mate. Just love you, mate. And D-Mac, a new member, welcome to the channel, mate. Absolutely appreciate you and love you. And Brad from X. Brad, we won't judge you if you cool over and close your eyes. He'll be dreaming tonight about a top rank, I think. Guys, we absolutely got there to the end. Do you know what? I am tempted to go another 4 minutes just so I can say I've done 4 hours, but I don't even know if I've got another 4 minutes in me. Lads, cannot thank you enough. Really nice week this week. Locke, we'll go with you down the bottom, mate. Thank you, mate. It's been a long time, mate. How long's it been since we got together and had a proper chat? Yeah, I don't even want to think it's been dinosaur ages, mate, I think. But you know this, Locke. This is an open invitation. Every Sunday night, mate, in Like Flynn, if you want. We would love to have you on. We know you're a busy man, but you can just drop in and surprise us from time to time whenever you want, mate. Thank you very much, mate. What do you got planned for the rest of the week, buddy?
I'll just be working all this week. Not really too much else going on. And just spending time with the family, pretty much.
Can't beat it, mate. Can't beat it. And again, anyone that has not checked it out, Supercoach Lock YouTube channel, please go check it out. Bradley, we've what's your rank there? And I think Nax just try to get some laughs because we keep on asking the people that have good ranks what your ranks are. 77 from you, Brad. And quickly, if you need 4 minutes to waste, I can ask thoughts on CJ as a short-term proposition. Put in the comments, mate, and I'll absolutely get to it, buddy. But Brad, tell us about nice. Thank you. Tell us about your week, mate, and what to expect from Supercoach Pro.
I've got my Beyond Blue run actually on Sunday next week. I'm doing, So
sorry, I'll need to give this a huge shout, mate. This might get us to the 4-hour mark. Sorry, mate, because can I quickly jump in before you do say this?
Yeah.
I have just so much respect for what Brad's doing here. I won't go into it, but my family this year, mental health services, we have really had to lean on. And things like Headspace, the people and the kids at the end of the day and youths that are benefiting from this support, this charity and money that Brad's raising is just, I can't say how much this is close to my heart. So, mate, you're an absolute legend for what you are doing. Everyone that is on X, Brad should put a tweet out. I'm guessing soon already has. Retweet it, get around it, because this man is doing some wonderful things, not in Supercoach, but it goes to show how great of a human he is. Please tell us what you're doing, Brad, before we leave everyone for the night, brother.
Yeah, so I'm doing a 6 kilometer run. I haven't done a lot of training for it because I've actually picked up a few injuries, but I should be fine for it by the time Sunday comes around. But mental health is something I've been struggling with myself for the last couple of years, and particularly use Supercoach over COVID as a bit of an outlet, just to get distracted, and then decide to make a channel from that. And then obviously met a lot of people through Supercoach, and it's been a great distraction. Still going through, as everyone does, some shit that you just don't talk about. But I think this run is really close to my heart, and I've got a couple of little ones, and I've always got to stay strong for them as well. So this run, next Sunday is very important to me, and I'll post it on my my ex Twitter page, Supercoach Pro 91. I'll repost the actual page link to where you can donate for that. So that'd be great. And it's been a good year so far with Supercoach. I think it's just using a platform to be able to speak up and, say, just check in on your mates, give them a call, because you never know. Like the ones that are always funny and laughing and the clown type, they're trying to cheer you up. You may not realize they're actually going through a hard time, and that's their way of trying to, just give back to their friends as well. And it's just nice. It's not just a, hey, how are you? A bit more of a chat than just that, because, you just never know what other people are going through. And this game has just brought a lot of people together, and this is an absolute distraction for me. I'll never shy away for that. But I've just loved the support from everybody, through Supercoach. And this run, it'll be a tough one because I haven't done a pre-season in about 2 years. But, probably about 5 kilos overweight, which isn't too bad. But I should get a good timestamp. And funnily enough, I even put they asked me what to put your name as. So I showed the missus this, and I actually wrote Batman because, in my head, I'm a little superhero to my kids. So, yeah, I'm going to be running with that Batman badge on there. So
you're a superhero to not just your kids, mate, but the whole community, Brad. I hats off to your brother. And I wear this little band every day. It's the Are You Okay? Because as Brad said, sometimes the blokes that you think, and women as well, that you're up and about, the extroverts, and you think life is just tip-top for these sort of people. I can absolutely tell you that it's not always the case. And so important to get around your mates, ask if they're okay, have a chat, come with us on the stream. If you're struggling, have a laugh with us on the stream. If your Supercoach team's going bad, good, whatever, doesn't matter. Have a laugh, have some banter, and whoever you're going, we'll always be here for a bit of a chat in the ear as well. So, Matty Grange went down from 108 to 44, but well done, mate. That's actually good. 4-hour marathon, Supercoach. Jonas Go. Thank you very much. And Brad, was that a 20 donation from Kelly Underwood?
No idea. I'll have to check later. I haven't really checked my phone much. Yeah.
Tell you what, mate, she should pay us for that commentary she does at times. No, I shouldn't say that. If she's done that, I'll tell you what. I shouldn't do a drive on her. If that's true, I don't know if this is a piss take from Jonas or not. If this is true from Kelly Underwood and she's actually donated the real Kelly Underwood $20 donation, I'll take back everything I said because it's going towards youth mental health. I'll listen to a game with Kelly actually commentating instead of putting it on mute from now on if she's donated that $20. So I've given her a bigger drive by than what I wanted to at all. But sorry, Kel, but the Orange team,
First thing I thought of was Kelly Underwood, just walking down the chocolate aisle. The Terry's calling it the orange chocolate.
The orange chocolate. I love that, mate. I reckon she's a bit of old gold type stuff, but we'll leave that. We'll leave that to go through the keeper. But guys, thank you very much for joining us again. X is going to get some Zs. We are too, mate, because I'm absolutely stuffed. I know the two boys are as well. Just getting the eyelids open. But, guys, can't thank you enough again. Please go to Supercoach Pro's channel as well as Supercoach Locks channel. And, boys, can't ask for better company. Thank you very much. Much love. All the best this week with your trade-ins and your trade-outs. And can't wait till next Sunday. Hope you can join us again. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Guys.
Cheers, mate.